Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Liberal Judaism's Biennial at Home. Biennial 2020 will be a unique experience for all of us. It's perhaps not where we expected to be, but we certainly hope that over this weekend we'll take you on a journey that will make you enjoy at least this weekend being with lots of other Liberal Jews and guests, as we have a fantastic lineup for you. We're going to open this wonderful biennial weekend with a few words from our chair, Ruth Seeger.
Shabbat Shalom, and welcome to Liberal Judaism's Biennial Weekend at Home. I'm shortly going to hand over to Rabbi Rene Fertzel, the chair of this event, who will introduce you to the brilliant program at his collaboratory. In the meantime, I wanted to talk to you about the current situation, the future of our movement, and some of my personal thoughts. As you will know, we are currently in an interim position at Liberal Judaism, following the stepping down of both Rabbi Danny, a former Chief Executive Officer and Senior Rabbi, and our Chair, Simon Bencher. When Simon became ill, I stepped up from my role of Deputy Chair to Acting Chair, and I will be standing for election as Chair at our AGM in July. To cover the work of a Chief Executive, the Board of Trustees asked Liberal Judaism's Director of Strategy and Partnerships, Rabbi Charlie Baginski, to extend her hours to full-time. And we asked Shelley Shokolinsky-Dwyer, Director of Operations, to take on extra responsibility. Initially, this was for a period of 6 months to take us up to the end of September 2020. This period of time was intended as a chance to consult with the communities about future leadership, to review the overall structure of the organisation, which after 15 years is normal good practice, and to recruit. The trustees set up a committee chaired by LJ Vice Chair Karen Newman to lead us through the process. The trustees agreed with the committee's very rapid conclusion that this was not the time to recruit. This is mainly because the current pandemic has created huge uncertainties. It is having, and will continue to have, an impact on the financial situation of LGA, both in terms of income and expenditure, but we don't yet know how serious that impact will be. The trustees decided that it would be irresponsible to agree a structure and make an appointment which we might subsequently find we could not afford. The current management arrangements of Liberal Judaism have provided stability and, as this weekend shows, an ability to adapt and support our communities through this time. There is a firm grasp of the finances, we have a clear direction of travel, the board is properly informed, and responsible decisions are being made. With this in mind, the trustees have decided to extend the current interim arrangement for a further 6 months. Rabbi Charlie and Shelley will both be interim directors of Liberal Judaism until the end of March 2021. Shelley will have overall responsibility for finances and operations, while Charlie will be responsible for external affairs, including all communal relationships, strategic development partnerships, and fundraising. We are currently not filling vacancies, and we will have to prioritise our work accordingly. I have adopted an open and transparent management style in which information and decision-making is shared and owned by all trustees. I operate the same way with Colrack and the Montague Centre staff, through Rabbi Aaron, Chair of Kolrak, Rabbi Charlie and Shelley in the centre. And this collaborative mode of operation ensures a high level of trust, cohesion, consistency and efficiency. We share openly with communities by, for example, raising the question of closer union of LJ and RJ at Council and at the Thursday Zoom meetings. This collaboration is essential because the four axes of liberal Judaism, and that's the rabbis, the centre, the trustees and the communities, each has its own locus of responsibility and expertise. We defer to the rabbis on religious matters. The Montague Centre knows more than any of us about the movement and the services that it delivers. The trustees are responsible for ensuring that LJ is a going concern, and the communities know what they need. They effectively hold the purse strings, and through council they have the final vote. This brings me to the question, who in this distributed structure speaks for liberal Judaism? Do we want one strong, clear, liberal Jewish voice speaking out, or should we be represented by a range of voices? The trustees came to the view that the strength of liberal Judaism lies in the richness of perspectives that our rabbis and our lay leaders have to offer. For now, we have settled upon a balance in which the Montague Centre is the main voice, but will defer to others, mainly rabbis, to comment as appropriate. In these turbulent times, we must prioritise ensuring that liberal Judaism remains viable, and that means financially viable. We will be focusing on fundraising. We will seek help in developing a strategy, but already have some initiatives in the pipeline. For example, we now ask for donations for products and services that we make available on our website, and our work on legacies is pretty much complete. Thank you, Ros Clayton. We would like to increase the number of people giving a small amount to LJ on a regular basis, for example, £10 a month. This facility is already available on our website, but we have yet to promote it. Finally, as soon as we have time, we will launch the passport scheme, which provides young people with affordable and flexible membership. The fact that the post-pandemic world will be different from the pre-pandemic one is a given. It seems to have accelerated a trend of separating function from building. Attendance is better at meetings and services online than in person, and the Thursday evening community Zoom meetings have been very popular. The opportunity to share online is limitless, and so we all have more choice. This will impact upon LJ's future provision, and we must give some proper thought and planning to that. Moving further into the future, and this is a personal vision, I would very much like liberal Judaism to have boundaries that are more porous. Particularly here, I am thinking of those I describe as non-Jewish members of Jewish families, those people who bring their Jewish children to shul and schlep chairs and tables in the sanctuary should be welcomed inside the boundary. I'd love never to hear another apology for not being Jewish. I have just a couple more things to say before I hand over to Rabbi Renee. I will be hosting one of our Zoom chat rooms during Saturday dinner, and I would be very pleased to hear your thoughts and comments, to answer any questions that you may have, or just say hello. It daily doesn't have to be anything profound. I would like to meet you and hear why you are here. Finally, this is the first ever Biennial at Home weekend. The very fact that it is happening at all in such difficult circumstances is an achievement which cannot be overstated. It's not the same as all being together under one roof, but being online has made the event so much more accessible to our members. It has meant that many more people, and that's 850 and counting, have registered to attend this biennial than ever before. People are joining us from around the world, from Israel, Canada and South Africa, not only to attend, but also to present. We have managed to increase our reach and our voice has never been louder. The biennial is provided free, but it wasn't free to create. If you could make a donation, we would be very grateful. It would enable us to continue providing services and the content that this biennial showcases. No obligation. We are very pleased to have you with us regardless. To give you a ballpark, we calculated that if everyone donated £25, then our costs would be covered. There's a donation on the website and information about donating will be provided throughout the weekend. I am now handing over to Rabbi Rene to tell you about the programme. Have a lovely weekend and thank you for your time.
Shabbat Shalom and welcome to our LG Biennial 2020 online edition. It is for us a very trying time, a time of uncertainty, a time of worries about our future, but also a time of opportunity for us as a movement to show our resilience, our capacity to quickly adapt to a new reality. The decision to go online was taken very soon after the lockdown was announced back in March, and no effort has been spared to make this happen. It is indeed a strange thing to do, and in such a short period of time. And also, what a better occasion to experience live the theme of its biennial, Liberal Judaism, Collaboratory. This unique online biennial is the result of a real teamwork, bringing together the wonderful staff at Montague Center, with the ongoing support of CORAC, the Rabbinic and Cultural Conference of Liberal Judaism, and the Biennial Committee, made up of members of LJ communities. I am so grateful for all the work and effort they put into this project. I would like to name all of them, to shake their hands, to give them big hugs, but in a time of physical distancing like ours, it is impossible, of course. Ruth Seeger, our acting chair, has just shared with you her vision for liberal Judaism. And I have to say, I'm entirely in line with that. Partnership between communities, between rabbis, between all the constituents of our movement, between LJ and the rest of the Jewish world, sharing our unique skills with others and being inspired by them. These are but a few exciting topics that will be discussed during this weekend. You will see in the program how liberal Judaism envisions its relationship between its parts and its relationship with the world. You will have the opportunity to delve into the Jewish tradition, to learn about Jewish theology, how our communities are working together, how we partner across generations, our relationship with Israel, the unique contribution we are making to the World Union for Progressive Judaism, established in London in 1926 by liberal Jews, and how to make a better use of social media and other wonderful workshops. You will also have the opportunity to listen to Matthew Gould in discussion with Daniel Finkelstein. And you will be given the opportunity to express your gratitude to Rabbi Daniel Rich and to Simon Bencher, who are both stepping down from their roles as leaders of our movements. They may do so, but they will be around for many years, and they are forever our friends and a source of inspiration for us all. Liberal rabbis have prepared online services and have created a safe and sacred space for us to continue our ongoing discussion with the divine. Youth leaders of our movements have prepared a fun and inspiring program for young liberal Jews. Last but not least, there will be entertainment. You will have a chance to meet David Lynn, one of the few Jewish drag queen in the UK. He has combined the best of Jewish humor and the best of the Queen's humor. Without further ado, I hand the virtual floor now to Rabbi Charlie Baginski. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Renee. And I too am so excited to see the program that we have folding out in front of us over this weekend and to be spending it together, if virtually. I'm also delighted that we are beginning our biennial weekend with such an exciting panel. Our first panel of biennial weekend is going to look really deeply at the theme of this conference, at that theme of collaboratory. What does it really mean to work together? Where are the strengths of collaboration and perhaps where too are its weaknesses? I'm really delighted to be joined by an excellent group of people who I'm delighted to be able to call friends as well, who are going to discuss this topic with me this evening. I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves, and then we're going to come to each of them to give you a 2-minute, hopefully 2-minute, brief introduction to how they see the topic. So if we can see our panel now, I'll ask each of them in turn, beginning first with Lucy and Hudson to introduce themselves.
Well, greetings, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Thank you, Charlie. Delighted to be here. I'm a past chair of Liberal Judaism from 2009 to 2015. Since then, I've been a vice president. I suppose one reason I'm contributing to the panel is that way back in 2009, when I became chair, also that year, I had the Foreign and Commonwealth Office publish a report of mine called The Enabling State, Collaborating for Success. So collaboration, particularly strategic collaboration, has always been important to me, and I hope it's important to us now.
Thank you, Lucien. Thank you very much. And Rabbi Alexandra Wright. Hi.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. It's a great privilege to be on this online panel and part of the conference. I'm the senior rabbi of the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, which is based in London, the Liberal Judaism's largest liberal synagogue.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. And Dr. Ed Kessler.
Hi, well, thank you, Charlie. It's great to be here. My name is Ed Kessler. I'm the founder of something called the Wolf Institute, which studies relations between religion and society, particularly between faiths. I have to confess that I'm a member of Cambridge Reform Synagogue because there isn't a liberal synagogue here. But at heart, I'm a liberal Jew. And of course, the family are members of Alex's synagogue, the LJS.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. And Jess.
Shabbat Shalom. I'm
Shabbat
Jess.
Shalom.
I am currently a BOG in LJY Netza. I am a member of MPLS, and I am going to be a movement worker next year for LJY Netza.
Thank you, Jess. And just because there might be lots of people out there, or we hope there are lots of people out there anyway, but there might be some of those lots of people out there who don't know what a BOG is. Could you just tell them what that means, and maybe also LJY Netza?
Sure. So being a blogger in LJY Netza means that I am in the 18 plus area of LJY Netza. So I help run camps and I get involved in Veda, which is a decision-making event. And these are all things that LJY Netza does. I should have started with what LJY Netza is. Apologies. LJY Netza is the Liberal Jewish Youth Movement. We are one of 2 Netza branches in the UK, part of a worldwide Jewish youth movement called Netza Olami. We run camps throughout the year for children from liberal Jewish synagogues and liberal Jewish backgrounds. And we provide weekends throughout the year and lots of different events, educating and having fun around liberal Judaism.
Thank you, Jess. That's really appreciated. And let's come back to you, Lucien. You really kicked us off in your introduction with giving us a small insight into why collaboration is important to you. But what does that topic of our conference this weekend really mean to you?
Well, collaboration, I think, is important, but it takes a little bit of thought and work to get it right. And in my experience, at one level, it's something that's very desirable. Why not? We've got more chance of achieving something working together than if we work on our own. But in practice, it is more difficult. I was inspired recently, as I'm sure many were, by how many acts of kindness, acts of solidarity, acts of community spirit there are in the community at a time of crisis. And one, if one can take any encouragement, obviously, from coronavirus and its effects, is the extent to which people have been able to pull together and do so in innovative ways. I suppose the question is, to what extent can that carry over to what is, could be a new normal? One thing I picked up recently, Charlie, was through contact with Rabbi Stephen Fuchs, someone I know well, who's a leading figure in the US reform. And I asked him for, collaborating with me on what I could say on this panel, not least as a result of extending the hand of friendship across the Atlantic. And he came across this Talmudic text, and I know there are others on the panel who are even more scholarly and better versed than I am. But Rabbi Akiva had 12,000 disciples who died during a period between Passover and Shavuot due to a plague. And this was because they did not treat one another, apparently, with respect. They seemed to begrudge one another knowledge of Torah. Rabbi Stephen Fuchs took away from this that when we share what we know and we learn from one another with open minds and open hearts, wisdom multiplies. So in my studies and practice on collaboration, I've picked up, I think, 3 key things that make collaboration work. One is to be really clear about the purpose it serves. How does it add value? The second thing is, by all means, focus on forging common ground, finding common ground, that equally appreciate difference, work through differences, accept differences, appreciate differences. And it's one of the great things that came across to me when I was leading the movement as a chair, was the extent to which we can and should make something of our diversity, our difference. And the third thing is, I think, collaborate, obviously with an end in mind, see it as an instrument, but even more, see collaboration as having intrinsic worth. And by that, I mean, what are the qualities does collaboration bring on? And 3 for me are empathy, the need to properly understand other people. It's easy to put, or it can be easy to try and put oneself in other people's shoes. But as a wise person once said to me, it pays to take one's own shoes off first before standing into someone else, putting oneself in someone else's shoes. The second thing is play it long. Don't expect necessarily immediate results. Put up with the rough with the smooth. And thirdly, there has to be give and take, particularly give. If you're always wanting to get something back, a collaboration just won't take off. And 3 things I think, finally, that I think take away from collaboration is just fighting your own corner. We all need to do that. I think we have to do that. But try and tame that need to fight one's own corner, even though that's obviously important. Try also not to suspect the worst in others. So try and work with the positive. Of course, we have to be vigilant and watch out, for what might threaten us, but try not to suspect the worst, certainly not all the time. And thirdly, don't give up too early.
Thank you so much, Lucian. What a big introduction, and I think a lot for all of us to think about and maybe come back to throughout the rest of the panel. But Rabbi Wright, I'd like to come to you next, if you don't mind, whether there's you have a different perspective or something to add to what Lucian began us with.
Well, thank you, Charlie, and Lucian also. You go for Judaism. I went for Latin, Lucian, because I had to go and look up this word collaboratory as a noun. Of course, all of us know the words collaboration, collaborative, to collaborate. We know what that means, to work in partnership with each other. But I went to find out, well, what does it where does it come from? So it comes obviously from co, with, and laborare, to work. So collaboration is a work produced by a group or different people working together. And I think that when we're collaborative, the benefits are that we combine skills, we combine our expertise and our strengths to work together. But then what about this noun, the collaboratory, which is what you've chosen for the title of this conference for the whole weekend? So I asked myself, well, where does that word come from? And what does it mean? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, that it was first used by someone called William Wolfe, not the rabbi who some of us know, but it was used in 1989, and it referred then to a centre without walls, a bit like our online gathering today. And I don't suppose you thought for one moment that we would be completely without walls when you planned this originally up in the Midlands. But in 1989, it was a place for researchers to perform their research in a space that transcended the physical, where they were able to interact with colleagues, share their data, and access information in digital libraries, which many of us do today. And the word has been used by a variety of academic disciplines in computer science, engineering, experimental, and the Jewish community as well. So today the word is understood not only in the sense of working together, although that underlies it, but as a laboratory, co-laboratory, for creative processes that can generate solutions to complex problems. So it's a place where research in action and learning come together to address current dilemmas. So perhaps it's enough at this point to say, by way of introduction, welcome to Liberal Judaism's Biennial, an online laboratory where we'll be able to share ideas, expertise, and skills to discover our place in the world today and to strengthen our resilience and our spiritual lives in the face of this pandemic, which sadly is far from open. So I'll leave it there. Got plenty more to say, but
yes, and I'm thinking that, Alex, we must add you to our marketing team next time we're doing the publicity for such an event, because that's a fantastic introduction, really, to, I think, what we had in mind at the theme of this conference. And Ed, over to you. Maybe it's a really good point to come to hear your thoughts.
Well, thank you, Charlie. It's great to be here. I was thinking about a theme for the few words that I was going to say, and hearing Ruth talk about 800 or more people participating. I think this odd mixture of being isolated and connected. I mean, I'm sitting in my room by myself, but there are 800, not just the 5 of us taking part. And often I start my talks with a joke, but then I thought, is a joke funny if there's nobody else in the room? And then I kind of realized, well, what a wonderful examination question. That's going to be in next year's exams, I think, at Cambridge. So like Lucian, I turn to, in this case, one of the founders of liberal Judaism, somebody we all know and I personally look up to, which is Claude Montefiore, who nearly 100 years ago, just over 100 years ago, wrote this. And I'm just going to quote it because I think it sets the scene of why we are all liberal Jews wherever we might be and whatever community we might be part of. And he wrote this because my field's the interfaith world. What can I learn? How do I collaborate with other faith communities? And that's what I'd like to focus on. And he wrote this: liberal Judaism seeks to fashion a Judaism which shall be broad enough and humble enough to believe that its own truths, its own treasures can be enriched and added to from the truths and treasures which may have been granted to other than Jewish teachers. In other words, we've got to be open enough to learn outside the borders of liberal Judaism and learn from outside the borders of Judaism as a whole. Now, in the last few weeks, I've interviewed about 30 faith leaders from around the UK and actually beginning to do the same overseas to ask how they've responded to this pandemic, which is really very much the context of why we are meeting as we are. And Charlie, of course, was one of the participants. And there were 4 features that everybody shared, whether they were Orthodox or liberal, whether they were Jew, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or Sikh. And they illustrate the fact that we share so much more together than what divides us. And the first, and I've put them under hashtag LJ, if you like. And the first is hashtag LJ1, which is obviously the impact of technology. And not just that services now are on Zoom. A few weeks ago, I attended Alex's service at the LJS, and that we can, shul hop in a way that nobody's ever shul hopped before. And that we're experimenting, we're doing new things, but we're being innovative. And it does seem to me that innovation has been at the core of LJ ever since I've been connected with it, and also looking at the writings of the founders. And that innovation is something we can share with so many others. So hashtag 1 is innovation. The second is there was actually a bit of resistance to the closure of places of worship. I mean, it's the first time in 800 years that all places of worship have been closed in this country. And there was some resistance, not just in Stamford Hill, may I say, nor in parts of Bradford in the Muslim community, but, there were some super Purim spreaders amongst our own community, if I can put it like that. And some of us may have been taking part in Purim spiels just before closure and unbeknown to us, passed on this virus. But by the time we realized what was going on, there was this incredible interaction between the communal leadership and the religious leadership to actually implement closure. And again, this relationship between the rabbis, here we are with 3 rabbis I'm looking at, or I don't know, Jess, you're not a rabbi, but 2 rabbis and many others out there, but having to work with the communal leadership. And that's something that we have in LJ. And perhaps a little bit more effective than we might realize. The third is the development of new practices. I mean, COVID-19 has actually generated new religious practice. Services, not just people are taking part in them, but there's a democratization. John Rayner at the LGS would have called the democratization of Judaism. That whoever we are, we're at the same place. We are together, isolated, together, connected. And who will ever forget the Zoom Seder we might have taken part in earlier in April? I mean, it was a unique occasion, and there were new practices that were developed. And one final thought to share with you, which is the 4th attribute that I've learned from all faiths in this country, and that is a new conception of what our community is. We've got to know our neighbors better. We yearn for one another in a way we never did when we were with one another. And how much do we appreciate the contribution of so many people that we never thought so much about? The drivers, the shelf stackers, the hospital care workers. We have a new appreciation, which I hope, and a new community that LJ can exploit. And so if I could end with one other quote, and that is from another founder of LJ and Liberal Judaism, that's Lily Montague. And this is to everybody taking part over the biennial weekend. And she asked this: what do you give to your synagogue? I know you pay your subscription and are ready to contribute money to every special need which arises, but important as that material assistance is, we ask, and I'm sure you would ask, Charlie, we ask for infinitely more worthwhile things. We ask for some of yourself, some of your thoughts and emotions, and the expression of your beliefs and practices and aspirations. So I end with the words of Lily Montague and hand back to you, Charlie.
Thank you so much, Ed. And I want to come to you, Jess, taking that end bit of what Ed mentioned about aspirations, is that in many ways we have been inspired and connected and collaborating in lots of different ways and reset our aspirations in light of COVID. And I just wonder what does collaboratory mean to you, but has the impact of COVID what has the impact of COVID for you been on those collaborations?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I really enjoyed listening to all of you explain what collaboratory meant to you. Very different insights, being so young and not having as much of a impact on liberal Judaism as you guys have, and hearing what you've all been saying is just really, really interesting. For me, I think collaboration has been most needed in my life within liberal Judaism, and most welcomed in my life within liberal Judaism. Having grown up through LJY, leading on camps and running sessions, there's never a moment where you aren't hoping that someone will want to collaborate with you, and you aren't looking forward to collaborating with someone else. And I think the biggest, most important things when it comes to collaboration is, well, the two most important things I think are being open-minded and being prepared to potentially receive information that you might not have thought about yourself, and that not being a bad reflection on you, but being excited to learn new ways to do things. And the second is mutual respect, and remembering that whilst, yes, people might disagree with you, that it's never about your character and it's never about you as a person. It's about wanting to make whatever you are collaborating on the best it can be for everyone. And I think one of the key examples is the way that we run LJY is that we have multiple movement workers who all work together. There's never a decision that's made purely by one person. It's all completely worked through by multiple people going inside the LJ office and outside the LJ office. We have multiple people running year groups on camp. We have multiple leaders running sessions. There's never anything that doesn't involve collaboration. And I think in those instances, it really is the best way forward. We're able to receive constructive criticism and positive feedback in a way that everyone is aware that it's all for the best, and it's not a competition of, who can be the best person. It's all about working together and doing the best that we can for the most amount of people. And I think that the way that COVID has impacted these collaborations, I think has shown in a really, really positive way the things that we can do that we might have thought weren't ever possible. Like was mentioned earlier, we're far more accessible than we've ever been. We're creating content that is potentially going to be available to people for years to come to look back on. To for example, running a session on this morning, like the Hullabake, like that will be online for people to look at for years to come and be able to learn from it. And we might not have chosen to have these circumstances the way they are, but I think the way that the whole liberal Jewish community has dealt with them has been incredible. And I can only speak for myself, but it does make me incredibly proud to be a liberal Jew, to see all of our congregations and communities working so hard together and providing such incredible content for its members. Is just amazing.
Thank you so much, Jess. And really, I think the work that LJY has done has been really inspiring. And I know a lot of our communities and young people have been engaging in it. I do really want to explore this idea of when it doesn't work. So we've seen really good examples of what, in the light of COVID, have been examples of collaboration working. But sometimes there's a perception that collaboration can weaken our USP, our unique selling point, or can make, if individuals choose to lead together, that somehow they are not able to do the job, and therefore they need two people to do it or to work in teams. And I think sometimes as well that this has been a question of gender as well in there. And I'd like to come to you, Alex, about whether is this a correct perception of collaboration? Are there times when it doesn't work? Can it weaken who we are?
So I really want to acknowledge what you've said, Jess. I think your assessment and your introduction was really, really valuable to hear that. I don't think that collaboration does weaken one's ideas. On the contrary, I think it strengthens them. When you live in a diverse society, if you're at school, if you're at college, if you're in the workplace with people of different faiths, ethnic backgrounds, nationalities, cultures, different ideas, I think that helps to strengthen one's own ideas, and in particular to strengthen one's own faith. But I want to question the assumption lying underneath this question that one needs in some way a unique selling point. Why? Why do we feel that we need that there is something unique about us as liberal Jews? Why not be Jews? Why not be human beings, citizens of the world? Yes, with a significant history, faith, and culture, but we've always been part of the wider world. You know, Rabbi John Rayner, who you mentioned earlier, Ed, said, you know, the Jewish people are like the Gulf Stream, but we're within the big oceans of the world. And we have to be that, otherwise we won't survive. So I would share what you say, Jess. I want to take down the barriers that single out our denomination, and for us to be more collaborative, more open-minded, to share more, to cooperate, to be courageous in what we offer to our members and to those not yet part of our communities. And, you know, I just saw a chat from somebody in Texas. That's, you know, that's amazing. Somebody 6,000 miles away, 5,000 miles away, I don't know. We need to open, we need to take down the barriers.
Thank you, Alex. It's a really important point. And I think somebody mentioned earlier that about the 800 registrations we were, before we came to air, we were much closer to 1,200, and that's without the other people that are watching us live. But I want to come to you, Ed, to pick apart a little bit about, Alex said that challenge to liberal Judaism. Do you come from the same perspective on that actually liberal Judaism doesn't necessarily need to focus on its USP in terms of collaboration, but rather should seek to be part of that Gulf Stream?
Well, I'm not one to disagree with Rabbi John Rayner. No. That would be heresy. But I do think there is a need to be confident in who we are as liberal Jews. And I sense in the last few years that we've gained confidence in who we are. And when we're more confident, we're more able to collaborate. You know, it's when you feel defensive and you feel threatened, it's much harder to reach out. But actually, that's the time you need to reach out more. So collaboration is part of the DNA of LJ. Now, you did ask, Charlie, whether there are occasions when we shouldn't collaborate, and the answer has to be yes. There are times when people do not want to talk to you, and that's hard to take. But you can't spend all your time trying to talk to people who don't want to talk to you. In my world of interfaith relations, I talk to as many people as I can, but sometimes people don't want to talk to me, and I have to accept that. So there are times we don't collaborate, and we have to have the confidence to walk away. But with that confidence, we'll be much more generous in spirit in terms of reaching out to other people. And that is part of LJ, and that's part of what it means to be a liberal Jew. But with that understanding, with that ability to collaborate, there's a third dimension, which I'd end with, which is the need for critical solidarity. That if I'm truly your friend, then you have to be able to accept some of the criticism that I will offer in friendship. And as my friend, you'd accept that. But I have to become your friend first to be able to offer that criticism. And likewise, if that's what I expect of you, of course, you should expect the same of me. And it's through that friendship, it's through understanding who we are, having the confidence in who we are, seeking to be collaborative as much as we possibly can, but at the same time recognizing there may be occasions when we can do no more than we can.
Thank you very much, Ed. And it leads very nicely into, I think, something that Lucian really is keen to get his teeth into as well, which is those times when collaboration doesn't work. So how we can balance both being idealistic with being realistic. Lucian.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. And Jess, I mean, it's great to have examples of where the very nature of the work done in youth movements has to be collaborative, and that's seen as necessary, but also desirable. I think if collaboration really is to get enough traction, we can't just hope for it. We have to show that it is actually speaks to something that's important for us. And often that's about trying to get more of what I'd call an orbital perspective, so a broader sense of what's possible working with and through others. Before I was chair of Liberal Judaism, I was chair of an organization called the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. And the tradition there, which is in social sciences, psychoanalysis, is right from a very early age. You have to, I think, look at the nature of attachment or dependence. And I've certainly been quite attuned when I've tried to promote collaboration, which I would hope I'm, an exponent of, and sometimes do well. That you have to accept that you're working with a combination of a need for independence, sometimes a need for interdependence, and sometimes a need for dependence. And there's none of us who doesn't move between those three or uses two of those three or one of those three at critical points in our lives. And that's part of being human. And I think liberal Judaism for me helped really bring out very strongly how conflict is there, confrontation's there. I think the challenge is not to ignore it or gloss over it, but to try and make sense of it, to bring out the truth of why someone might feel different or at odds, but to try and push that in a direction where you can understand one another better. That's why I think the ability to listen, and not just listen to make a point, but listen really to properly understand, helps with building trust, but also opens up options. And to take some example, in my time as chair of Liberal Judaism, two things. Why does the British Jewish community have two bodies lead it? Jewish Leadership Council and Board of Deputies. Another one, what I call a biennial matter that always seems to rise either in the sessions or in the margins, is why two movements in the UK, both broadly in agreement, indeed, sparking off one another, having rabbis move from one movement another in different points in their careers. Why two movements when you could have one and that could have more impact? Now, I know how tricky this is, and I'm not saying that we submerge the difference. On the contrary, but I do think we need to think hard about why we're here and what for, and the extent to which we can use what's distinctive, which is crucial in liberal Judaism, and not lose it and not have it submerged. Nonetheless, how we can achieve more impact possibly than we were if we were just to carry on as one movement as opposed to two. So I give that as an example of a concrete challenge which tests what do we mean by collaboration. Is it just working more closely, or is it thinking in fact that there could be one movement rather than two?
Amazingly that we're bringing up some huge topics. It's a great way to start our conference, because I think they're topics that are going to be interwoven throughout of our conference and come up in many of the other panels. But Jess, I'm not expecting you to comment on whether you think that there should be one or two progressive movements in this country, but I would like to come to you about that issue of whether there are good models or even a bad model for you in terms of collaboration that you've seen or been a part of.
Thanks. So I think the biggest thing with collaboration is the want and desire for it. And I think that we only end up with examples of bad collaboration and bad outcomes from collaborations when there is a party who is involved that doesn't want to collaborate. I think the most important thing is that everybody is wanting this collaboration to happen and sees real benefits from that. And I think that in some ways it can give you a completely new light that you might not have originally had. You get given more opportunities to learn through collaboration than you would if you were just simply working on your own. I mean, a simple example is that some universities ask you to do collaborative projects because they understand the strengths that you can gain from those types of situations. I think what's interesting as a thought is that there's this idea that if you're collaborating, that you're not confident in yourself and you don't feel as though you would be able to do something on your own. And I think that that's an incredibly negative way of looking at collaboration. And actually, the only way we should be looking at collaboration is in a positive light. And I don't mean to say that there aren't bad things about collaboration. I more mean to say that we shouldn't look at collaboration as a cry for help or an example that someone isn't good enough on their own or isn't capable enough on their own. And I think, coming back to what you were saying earlier, Charlie, there's almost an implication that when someone asks to collaborate, that they don't think they can do it on their own, or they think that their own experiences aren't good enough. And I think that even more so, that's much more present in women, in that, I mean, I can't speak for all women everywhere, but I definitely find myself needing reassurance. And that's not to say that I don't think I'm good enough, but I want to do those collaborations because I want to be able to better myself and to work on things that I might not necessarily think of. And I think that it's important to know in yourself that when you're asking to collaborate and when you want to collaborate, you're not saying I can't do this, and there's no loss in pride. Like it's not a pride situation. It's I want to learn from people and I want to do better. And I think the best example I can come up with of a positive collaboration really is Biennial. Like we're Jewish people and Jewish communities from all over the UK, and even for today's example, all over the world, and we're coming together and we're able to have these conversations that we wouldn't be able to have if we didn't have something like Biennial. Like I can only speak for myself and say that at 2 years ago's Biennial, there were so many people that I wouldn't have ever had to been able to have a conversation with, because these opportunities are created by events like Biennial, and it really is, I would say, the best example of a collaboration I can think of.
Thank you so much, Jess. I think you've raised so many points that I think we could actually have a whole session just discussing. And from my own perspective, fascinated by the issue of gender and collaboration, and maybe we'll find another chance to explore that some more. But I want to come to a question we've had come in from home, which is from people in their homes, which is taking some of what has come out of Jess, but a different type of conversation, which is, how can collaboration underpin our Judaism theologically? And it would seem a shame to have you, Alex, on our panel and not open that question first to you about can collaboration add something to our theology?
Yes, thanks, Charlie. I just want to say, Jess, I absolutely agree with you. I think, to use collaboration to refine our knowledge and to deepen our knowledge, totally. I've been thinking a bit about this because I began with Latin, but then I suddenly thought, well, perhaps as a rabbi, I should, do a bit of Hebrew as well. Because of course, the root in Hebrew for the word collaboration is shin taf pei, l'shatef, and has a similar sort of meaning as in English: to join, to attach, to combine or form a partnership. And for me, I think there are two ways in which this partnership is formed. One is expressed in the words of the Babylonian Talmud in the name of Abaye, who said that a person should always lehishtatef, associate themselves, create a partnership with the congregation. I mean, he's talking about prayer, that we shouldn't pray alone, but we should be part of a community for prayer, and demonstrated that by the fact that we pray not in the singular, may God lead me to peace, but in the plural, may it be your will, eternal one, our God, that you lead us to peace. So one sort of underpinning is our relationship to community. The second is where similar the root is used as well. The shatef comes from the Palestinian Talmud, in which this is so interesting to me. The rabbis take the name Yisrael, Israel, the Jewish people, and by dissecting it into two parts, interpret that to mean that God, El, is combined with the great name of, combines his name with the with his great name with Israel. As the Talmud says, that I will have my great name bound up with theirs, that they may live. So I think if we're looking for a theological underpinning, we have a dual partnership, a relationship that binds us to God and God to us through the covenant made at Sinai, and a partnership and responsibility to our fellow human beings and to all creatures. And we are bound to God as a moral force, God as a moral force, so that we can exert that influence and dynamism in our conduct in this world. So collaboration, to foot, as a theological underpinning is really, really important in our relationship with God and how that influences our relationship with human beings and the planet.
Thank you. I don't think that we have, sadly, again, this is raising great big issues. And in fact, we have one session that is really going to explore that idea of theology and collaboration. And hopefully they're watching and can take that, all those ideas that have been presented so articulately by Alex, by Rabbi Wright there. I cannot believe it, but we are coming so fast to the end of our time. And I do have a final question that I have to ask you before I let you out of this room, which is, if I hope that you've all seen the upcoming schedule for the conference, but generally from being here in this way, having these conversations, if there is one thing that you hope that you will take away from this conference, what is that? And if you can tie that to the idea of collaboratory, then I will be a very, very happy rabbi. So Ed, I'm going to come to you first, only because you got to put me on the spot earlier. So now.
Okay, the roles are reversed. Thank you. I guess the thing that I would want to share, and picking up really on what Alex was saying when Jess asked that question, I was thinking of the rabbinic phrase, "Aseh lecha chaver," get yourself a partner or get yourself a friend. And it seems to me that's what collaboration is, getting to know people. And the remarkable thing about this technology that has been brilliantly created by LJ, congratulations to all the team who worked incredibly hard to make this possible, far more effective than many other Zoom conversations I'm sure we've all taken part in, is to create friendships and to learn from one another. And again, each of us in our own worlds, myself in the world of interreligious dialogue, and each of the five of us in our own worlds, we learn from other people. And we learn from other people more when we understand ourselves a bit better, and we understand ourselves a bit better when we are engaged with other people. And so if there's one thing I'd like, I hope that I will take away from this, is an understanding of other people and a friendship with other people, which I hope will help me understand myself a little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Lucian?
Well, what I take away, I mean, partly inspired by Alex and the Torah, is there are not that many explicit examples, certainly not labeled collaboration in our sacred writings, but actually the whole story is about God and humanity as co-workers, that we have to meet halfway. We can't expect somebody else to do all the work, nor should we perhaps expect that we alone can do all the work. So I think there's something about this weekend, about how in the current context, we can be even more co-workers to one another and what that entails. And with co-worker, I think co-design So not necessarily come up all the solutions oneself, but think how one can draw on different contributions from people with very different perspectives, from people one doesn't normally talk to, and see whether in the light of that, one's own thinking, one's own practice can be enhanced so that together we can build a better world.
Thank you very much. Alex.
Well, I think I wanted to end by sort of continuing to be your marketing manager, Ali, and by just commending people, those people who are participating in this conference, the hundreds of people, to the services. In a few moments, they'll be able to tune into the Friday night service, tomorrow morning at 11, the Shabbat morning service, because those are models of collaboration. In really quite difficult circumstances. And obviously all our study sessions and the discussions that are taking place, this, there are many, many members of our communities who live on their own and who've had a really, really tough time over the past 8 to 9 weeks, self-isolating, shielding, not being able to see family, not having human contact. And this is not quite the real thing, but it's the next best thing. And I would really encourage anybody tuning in to reach out in whatever way, whether it's through chat, whether it's joining an interactive session, and to seek comfort, because I think we need that, and we need some inspiration and some space to promote creativity in a time of crisis.
Thank you so much. And Jess, the final word really is to you.
Well, thank you. I think I can't really add much more onto what everyone else has said. I mean, it's been incredible having this conversation and being part of this panel. So firstly, I just wanted to say thank you so much for including me and for giving me this opportunity. I think it's things like Biennial, and more specifically this online version of Biennial, that really show our capabilities and our dedication to our Judaism and to our communities. And I think that the thing that we can best take away, like Alex has said, is that we get to have social times with people that we aren't able to see. We're able to communicate and have fun and engage in conversations that during this time is incredibly difficult to do, and it's a huge privilege to be able to engage in a session or listen to a Saturday morning shacharit service when we can't go to our synagogues, and to engage in Oneg this evening, for example, which I'm excited for, to have a sing along with all alumni of LJY Netzer. It's just things that we can't do at the moment, and we're social beings. We rely on social contact and interaction, and whilst I love my family, it's really fun to be able to speak to people outside of my household and to engage. And so I think the thing I'm most excited for about taking away from this weekend is just the opportunity to speak to people and learn with people and have fun.
Thank you so much, Jess. And really that speaks to what I'd like to end this panel with, which is a big thank you to our panelists this evening, to Lucian, to Rabbi Wright, to Dr. Ed Kessler, and to you, Jess. It's been a real learning experience for me as well, to collaborate with you, to learn from you, and has given me some things I'm really going to spend this weekend thinking about. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you again for being with us this evening.
Thank you very much.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Sure.
You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of family background and finding liberal Judaism. In this series, you will hear the voices of liberal Jews as they share their experiences, views and visions. The first episode explores participants' family background and how they encountered liberal Judaism. It includes some of the stories about where they came from and the personal appeal of liberal Judaism. As you will hear, liberal Jews come from many places. Some are refugees or immigrants. Some are born into liberal Jewish families. Others are Jews by choice. All are united in finding a home within liberal Judaism. Following Lily Montagu's personal legacy, they all contribute to liberal Judaism's rich and varied heritage.
Well, you're interviewing me as you know me as Joanna Kessler. But when I was born in Vienna on the 20th of August 1929. My name was Inge Johanna Rubner, and that was the name that I was known by until I was 16. I grew up in Vienna in quite a nice flat in what was known as the third Bezirk, the third district. My father was a civil engineer. He had a good job. My mother had been ill all her life. She suffered from TB. She spent a lot of time in hospital. I was brought up to a large extent by my grandmother, my mother's mother. When I was 6 years old, I went to school. This was the local school, just up the road, which would have been 1935. And all was well at the school until Hitler came, and all the Jewish children were made to go to separate schools, to Jewish schools. And a little sort of cohort of parents used to accompany us. But in the end, those groups were attacked, so we stopped going to school. My father began to think of possibly coming to England. My uncle was a banker, quite a well-known banker in Vienna, and had a connection with the Westminster Bank in England. When my cousins came to England, finally, they also set about getting visas for the rest of the family. And one of those visas I got to come to England. Now, how was I going to get there? Nobody else had a visa. And my father advertised me in the Jewish Chronicle. And he got several replies. But he finally accepted an offer from a Jewish family in London, a doctor's family. This family was a part of the Liberal Jewish Synagogue. And the Liberal Jewish Synagogue at that time had a chairman, Lily Montagu. She was the chairman. She realized what was happening on the continent. She called a meeting and she said, "We must help." Several families came forward, and in fact, the Liberal Jewish Synagogue made it possible for 3 children to come to England. I came from Vienna. Another one came from, I think, Germany. And I'm not quite sure where the third one came from. But anyway, the date finally came, and I was on one of the very first kinder transports leaving from Vienna. I'd thought a lot about it. I was going to take my games, I was going to show off, I was going to sing. I was really rather looking forward to it. But when the time came to say goodbye to my mother, it was really very painful. And my father took me to the station. There were lots of other children there, parents and grandparents. And he handed me over to the girl who was arranging my kinder transport. She was a 19-year-old girl, a Quaker, who had put herself in charge of the 7 children on the kinder transport. And off we went. My cousin was there to meet me and handed me over to my English family. I was unhappy, and then they decided to send me to boarding school. Boarding school was heaven, because if I was unhappy, so were a whole lot of other people. And the boarding school was run by a Quaker lady, and I spent a happy term there. I think my family obviously were members of the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, and the other two families who also paid for me were in fact rabbis of the Liberal Jewish Synagogue. So technically I must have been made a member when I was 9 years old. When I went to boarding school, the Liberal Jewish Synagogue used to send me correspondence so that I could do the religion classes which were being held for children at the synagogue. I think any children at that time evacuated or at boarding schools received these correspondence courses. Apart from that, I didn't really have a link with the Liberal Jewish Synagogue. And in fact, when I went to Swanage, I had to go to church as well, and I got a bit annoyed as having to do Jewish correspondence classes as well as having to go to church. But I went on doing them. And the Liberal Jewish Synagogue at that time did not believe in bar mitzvah. They felt that children were not old enough at age 13 to commit themselves to any religion. That should wait until they were 16. So there were no bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvah at the LJS. But there was a confirmation at 16. And in fact, I came to London when I was 16, and I was there in time for my confirmation and also for the week before when classes were held for the confirmation service. And so in 1946, I was confirmed at the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, where obviously I continued as a member, but not as a very interested member, I must admit.
I was born in King's College Hospital, Denmark Hill, 90 years ago. And oddly enough, I was there 20 years ago to welcome my granddaughter, who lives in Dulwich. My father, Sam, was born in 1904. He was the oldest of 8 children. He was left an orphan, if you use that word, when his father was 47. He died. And my father was the mainstay for his younger brother and his sisters. An enormous family. And he was very much the boss, because he was a short man, 5'4", but he had a big personality. Unfortunately, he died when he was 67. In the fullness of life, he had a lot to live for, but he died young. My mother, Janie, an innocent, plucked from her virgin life in East London by my father. They weren't exactly the most idyllic couple or the most beautiful couple, but they got on. They survived. We had 2 children. I was the older. My brother, Malcolm, was the younger. And we were a happy family until the war. And then when the war started in 1939, my mother, being a typical Jewish mother, wanted only to get her children out of harm's way.
Good evening once again, everybody. It's wonderful to have you with us this weekend. You've just been listening to a fantastic podcast from the Lily's Legacy Project, and you'll hear many of them over this coming weekend, and you can find more at their website. We're going to go now into starting our Shabbat proceedings with our Erev Shabbat service, led by Rabbis Mark Solomon and Rabbi Dr. Margaret Jacobi.
Shabbat Shalom to everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
We'll begin in the new liturgy with Yedid Nefesh on the first page of the Siddur as people join us for our Erev Shabbat service. And after that, Rabbi Margaret Jacobi will lead us into the service itself with the lighting of the Shabbat candles. So join me, please, as we sing Yedid Nefesh, and that's followed by a wordless Hasidic nigun, that I hope many people know. Yedid Nefesh of Harachaman Meshochav El Retzonecha Yarutz Avdecha Kemo Ayar Yishtachaveh El Mul Hadarecha Yeravlo Yedidotecha Minofetzu V'chol Tov Yigalena Ufros Chavivi Alai Et Sukat Shelomah Ta'ir Eretz Mikvodecha Nagila V'nismecha bach Maher Ahuv Kiva Moed V'choneinu Kemei Olam Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai lai Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai lai Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai 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 Yadalai lai lai Didi ai lai 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 Didi ai lai 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 Didi ai lai 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 Ai lai 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 Didi ai lai 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 Didi ai lai 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 La 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 la
Shabbat Shalom and welcome to people from across the country and beyond. We're sad that we're not together in person this weekend, but we're thankful that thanks to technology and all the people who are fluent in it and enable it to work, have enabled us to come together online in our hundreds and experience a sense of togetherness despite the distance. Shabbat, which for many of us used to be a day free of technology, has become instead of day technology, which does bring us together. And we hope that despite, well, because of the technology, the Shabbat will nevertheless be for us a day of spiritual refreshment, a day apart from the world, which gives us an opportunity as part of liberal Judaism to reflect on what our movement means for us, to renew old friendships and to create new ones, and to draw nearer to God and to each other. Please join us now from your homes and light your own candles as we welcome Rabbi Danny Rich and Laura Lassman to lead us in the lighting of our candles.
Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to our home, and we hope you're lighting candles in your own homes. And we hope it won't be long before, instead of seeing our virtual home, we'll be able to welcome you physically to our home for Shabbat or some other occasion. A short reading before we light the candles.
As we light the candles this Shabbat, each in our own home, may our kindled lamps, each its own point of light, join as the stars in the heavens, a community together, welcoming your Shabbat peace, your Shabbat love, your Shabbat joy into our homes, your day of rest that together we welcome more than ever before.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Shabbat. Shabbat shalom.
And thank you. Let's continue welcoming the Shabbat together by singing Shalom Aleichem together. Shalom Aleichem, Malachei Hasharet, Malachei Elyon, Mi Melech, Malachei Amlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Achem Shalom, Malachei Hashalom, Malachei Elyon, Mi Melech, Malachei Amlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Achoni l'shalom, Malachei Hashalom, Malachei Elyon, Mi Melech, Malachei Amlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tzedchem l'shalom, Malachei Hashalom, Malachei Elyon, Mi Melech, Malachei Amlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. An interpretation of Mizmor Shir, a song for Shabbat by Rabbi Alexandra Wright. I see the righteous, O God, swaying like palms, bowing gently in the breeze. I hear them singing of your loving kindness in the morning, your faithfulness at night. They play music to lift the heart, declaring you are upright, the rock in whom there is no wrong. They stand tall like cedars of Lebanon, planted in God's own house, full of sap, luxuriant, the rock in whom there is no wrong. But I am dull-hearted, a dry, sad valley, unwatered, no rushing ten-stringed stream strums here. I am unbearing, unvisioned, so simple that I cannot know how intricate your thoughts, how to rejoice in your creation, the rock in whom there is no wrong. The fearful watch out for those who lie in wait. They listen for those who rise up against them. Where is my rock in whom there is no wrong? Calm my breath, O God. Quieten my beating heart. Lift up my spirit. Let me sing of your loving kindness in the morning and your faithfulness at night. My God, my rock, in whom there is no wrong. Let's sing now part of that Psalm 92 together. Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbat, Tov Lahodot LaAdonai, Ulezamer L'Shimcha Elyon, Ulezamer L'Shimcha Elyon. להגיד בבוקר חסדך, ואמונתך בלילות, עלי אסוף, עלי נפל, עלי היגיון בחינוך. מזמור של יום השבת, טוב להודות לאדוני ולזמר לשמך העליון ולזמר לשמך העליון כי שימחתני אדוני בפועלך במעשה ידך רנן מה גדלו מעשיך אדוני מאות עמקו מחשבותיך מזמור שיר ליום השבת טוב להודות לאדוני ולזמר לשמך העליון ולזמר לשמך העליון. We sing Lecha Dodi together to welcome the Shabbat bride, and it's our community's custom to turn as we come to the last verse and imagining that the Shabbat bride is entering into our midst. So I'll be turning as we sing the last verse to welcome the Shabbat bride. You may like to do the same or remain where you are as we welcome the Shabbat together. Lakatoti lekrat kala, pane Shabbat na kabala. 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 Shama fasacha b'dibur echad, Ishmi'anu el hamiuchat, Adonai echad u'shemo echad, L'shemo tiferet v'litila. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. Lekrat Shabbat lechuvanecha, ki makor habracha, merosh mikedem nesucha, sof maaseh b'machshava tchila. L'chadodi lekrat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. Itorari, ki v'horech kumiori, ori shedaberi, kavod Adonai alayich nigla. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. Oich v'shalom ateret b'hala, Gam b'simcha u'v'tzola, Toch emunei am sekula, Boich ala. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala. L'chadodi l'krat kala, Pane Shabbat nekabala.
And now we enter into Mariv, the evening service for Shabbat with Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach. blessings which follow before the Shema have had a creative workover as part of the process of creating a new Siddur. They're very much experimental versions, and I have to confess I'm responsible for the ones we're going to hear in this section of the service. And I'd like now for the blessing of light, of the passing of day and of creation, to pass over to Maurice Naftalin in Edinburgh to read this for us in English.
Let us bless the ground of being, Spirit everlasting, the intelligence and order that fill all of nature, the laws by which evening twilight falls, the wisdom we perceive in the motions of the heavens, the understanding we can grasp of the way times vary and seasons change, and stars and planets wheel by nature in their courses in the sky. Night unfailingly follows day. Light fades into darkness, and darkness yields to light. Day passes and night falls as our bodies and minds distinguish between day and night, while the hosts of heaven shine in splendor. We bless the glory of nature, which brings on the evening.
Thank you, Maurice. And now for the blessing of the Torah and of the love that is represented in the gift to us of the Torah. We have a slightly changed version of Ahavat Olam with feminine language for God in the Hebrew. We're going to sing it now to the Debbie Friedman melody that I hope many of you know and will join in with, and you might want to check the transliteration for some of the less familiar feminine forms at the ends of the words. Ahavat Olam Beit Yisrael Amecha Ahavt Torah u'mitzvot Chukim u'mishpatim Otanu limad Otanu limad Al ken shechina moratenu b'shokbeinu U'kumenu nasiach b'chukayich V'nismach b'divrei toratech U'b'mitzvotayich le'olam va'ed Ki hem chayenu V'yorech yameinu Uvahem nege yomam v'layla, nege yomam v'layla. Ve'avatech al tasuri, nimenu le'olamim. Ruchat shechina, ahavat amah Yisrael. Ahavat amah Yisrael. We'll go back to that screen with Ahavat Olam to read the English, and I'll read it, but please join me at home and read it for yourselves as well. Ahavat Olam, with everlasting love, age-old love, cosmic love, hidden love. You fill with love the house of Israel, your people, Torah and good deeds, inscrutable decrees and moral ways you teach us. So, guiding presence, when we lie down and when we rise up, we will debate your decrees and rejoice in probing the words of your teaching and your laws without end. For they give us life and enhance our days, and on them we ponder by day and by night. This love from you, for you, will never leave us. Blessed are you, divine presence, the love that unites you and your people Israel. Brucha ad Shekhinah, Ahavat Amah Yisrael. And now we turn to the Shema. And we sing together. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod, Shem Kavod, Malchuto, Leolam, Leolam Vaed. Let us read. Ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha, b'chol levavecha, ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך. ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך, ובלכתך בדרך, ובשוכבך ובקומך. וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך, ובשעריך. למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי, והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם. אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים, להיות לכם לאלוהים. אני אדוני אלוהיכם. Now the Hebrew words of the Emet ve'emunah are the traditional ones, but the translation is a little bit of an experiment. And so I'll read it now. This truth is our faith, our faithfulness. Its proof stands on our very existence. The divine force within us and nothing else explains how we are still here as the people Israel. So many kings, emperors, dictators we have survived, for a power greater than them has saved our remnant from the blows of all the oppressors. We cannot fathom these great things, the numberless events beyond our grasp. We are still alive, body and spirit too, and though we have stumbled, we are still standing. Those ancient signs and wonders guide us to an enduring universal freedom, escaping narrow limits, Mitzrayim, the narrow limits, in a perpetual striving for what lies beyond. We are heirs of a mighty energy, which we name with praise and gratitude. Only the highest sovereignty can we accept willingly, as we respond in joy with the song of Moses, of Miriam, of all those sons and daughters and children of Israel. Micha mocha ba'elim Adonai, Mika mocha nedar b'kodesh, Nora tehilot oseh feleh, Nora tehilot oseh feleh. מלכותך ראו בניך, חוקי הים לפני משה ומרים. זה לי, ענו ויאמרו, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. Such boundless energy, it is said, can redeem even Jacob, those who grasp at the heel, and save them from mightier striking hands. Blessed are you, Eternal One, saving those who strive with God's love. Baruch atah Adonai, Ga'al Yisrael. Now please sing with me the opening words of Hashkivenu, the feminine version of Hashkivenu, and then I'll invite Marjorie Brodie in Edinburgh to read the English for us. But let's sing the first couple of lines first. Ashkivinu shechina nechamatenu l'shalom aviteinu ezratenu l'chaim Ashkivinu shechina nechamatenu l'shalom aviteinu ezratenu l'chaim Ashkivinu shechina nechamatenu l'shalom Amirino Ezratenu L'chaim. And over to Marjorie.
When we lie down, source of comfort, let us find true rest and refresh us, source of help, to rise once more and live. Spread over us your coverlet of peace. Turn our thoughts to brighter paths and strengthen us, body and spirit, for your goodness. Let us find in you our shield to guard ourselves from enmity, sickness, violence, want, and sadness, and help us shun corruption and wrongdoing. May your soft wings envelop us, so we repose in you as in a mother's womb, protective, nourishing, warm, and compassionate. May our sense of you, may our sense of your care enliven us and calm us all in all our comings and goings, tonight and always. Blessed are you, divine presence, as you spread your coverlet of peace over us and over all who dwell on earth.
Brucha at Shechina, הפורסת סוכת שלום עלינו ועל כל יושבי תבל. Thank you, Marjorie. We continue with the Amidah. Some of you may want to stand up for this. Don't feel you have to. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avoteinu v'imoteinu Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel v'Elohei Leah Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor v'Hanora El Elyon גומר חסדים טובים וקונה הכל וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן ברוך אתה אדוני מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה. נתת גיבורה לעולם שדי, מחיה מתים את, רבה להושיע. משיבה הרוח ומורידה הגשם, מזריחה השמש ומורידה הטל. מחלקלת חיים בחסד, מחיה מתים ברחמים רבים. סומכת נופלים ורופאת חולים ומתירה אסורים ומקיימת אמונתו לשני עפר. מי כמוך בעלת גבורות ומידו מלך, גבורה ממיתה ומחיה ומצמיחה ישועה. ונאמנת את לחיות מתים, ברוכת שדי מחיה המתים. You are holy, awesome is your name. We have no God but you. We praise you, Eternal One, the Holy God. Baruch atah Adonai, Ha'el HaKadosh. A week or so ago, Rabbi Margaret Jacobi shared with me this poem written as a response to the pandemic already back in March, in its early days, relatively, by Lynn Ungar. And I thought it would fit in well as a meditation on Shabbat here in the middle of our Amidah. I'd like to invite Michelle Ben in Leicester to read this poem for us.
What if you thought of it as the Jews consider the Sabbath, the most sacred of times? Cease from travel, cease from buying and selling, give up just for now on trying to make the world different than it is. Sing, pray, touch only those to whom you commit your life, center down. And when your body has become still, reach out with your heart. Know that we are connected in ways that are terrifying and beautiful. You could hardly deny it now. Know that our lives are in one another's hands. Surely that has come clear. Do not reach out your hands. Reach out your heart. Reach out your words. Reach out all the tendrils of compassion that move invisibly where we cannot touch. Promise this world your love, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, so long as we all shall live.
Thank you, Michelle. Such beautiful words. And we'll sing Debbie Friedman's melody for V'shamru. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat, לעשות את השבת לדורותם, ברית עולם, ברית עולם. ביני ובין בני ישראל, אותי לעולם. ביני ובין בני ישראל, אותי לעולם. כי ששת ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ, וביום השביעי שבת, שבת וינפש. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, רצה במנוחתנו, קדשנו במצוותיך, ותן חלקנו בתורתך. שדנו בטובך, ושמחנו בישועתך. ותהל ליבנו לעובדך באמת. והנחילנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה וברצון שבת קודשך, שבת קודשך. וינוחו בישראל, ינוחו בישראל, מקדשי שמך. ברוך אתה אדוני, מקדש השבת.
Ritzei Adonai Eloheinu ba'amcha Yisrael. U'tefilatam ba'ahavat kabel. U'tehila ratzon tamid avodat Yisrael amecha. Baruch atah Adonai shotcha levadacha v'yira'ah na'avod. The Modim is a new prayer for our new Siddur with feminine imagery and feminine language. Do join in with me in your homes, whether using the transliteration or the Hebrew. Modot anachnu lach, she'at hi ezratenu ve'ezrat imotenu leolam va'ed. Mutsudat chayenu shomeret yishenu, at hi l'dor v'ador. Nodelach, v'nsaper tehilatech, al chayenu hamisurim biyadeh, va'al nishmotenu hapkudot lach, va'al nisayich shebachol yom imanu, va'al niflotayich tovotayich shebachol eit, erev v'voker v'tzoharayim. Brucha at Shechina, Makor. Brucha at Shechina, Atov Shemech, Ulacha Na'eh Lahodot. And do join in singing with me. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. Ki Ato Melech Adon, Lachol HaShalom. Ki Ato Melech Adon, Lachol HaShalom. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. V'tov b'necha levarech et Amcha Yisrael, v'et kol ha'amim b'chol עת v'chol shah. Bishlomecha, Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha, Tasim Leolam. Tasim Leolam. Baruch atah Adonai, Oseh HaShalom. Before we spend a few moments in silent prayer now, we turn now our thoughts to those who are in distress at this time, whether they are ill because of Shekhinah, whether they are concerned for loved ones, whether they are mourning loved ones, or otherwise in distress. And first, we have a reading and a prayer by Rabbi Naomi Levy, and then I'll invite you to join in with me in singing the Mishe Berach by Debbie Friedman. We are frightened, God, worried for our loved ones, worried for our world, helpless and confused. We turn to you, seeking comfort, faith, and hope. Teach us, God, to turn our panic into patience and our feet into acts of kindness and support. Our strong must watch out for our weak. Our young must take care of our old. Help each one of us to do our part to halt the spread of these viruses. Send strength and courage to the doctors and nurses in the front line of this battle. Fortify them and all who are in the front line of the NHS with the full force of their healing powers. Send wisdom and insight to the scientists working day and night across the world to discover healing treatments. Bless their efforts, God. Fill our leaders with the wisdom and the courage to choose wisely and act quickly. Help us, God, to see that we are one world, one people, who will rise above this pandemic together. Send us health, God. Watch over us. Grace us with your love. Bless us with your healing light. Hear us, God. Heal us, God. Amen. Misha Baraka Bodenu Nakoha Bracha Laimotenu. May the source of strength who bless the ones before us help us find the courage to make us our lives a blessing, and let us say Amen. Misha Barach Imotenu Nakoha Bracha Leavotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shelema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say Amen. We pause now for a few moments of silent reflection, of thought, and of prayer. May the words of our mouth and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable to you, O God, our rock and our Redeemer. O shalom, shalom, b'nama, Yaseh shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshvei tevel, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshvei tevel.
Turn now to the Aleinu, and I invite you to join me in singing the first part of Aleinu. Aleinu לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, אשר שם חלקנו לייחד את שמו, וגואל עלינו להמליך מלכותו. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומושב יקרו השמיים ממעל, ושכינת עוזו בגובה מרומים. הוא אלוהינו אין עוד, אמת מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו. ידעת היום והשיבות אל לבביך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת אין עוד. Another poem that seems to have captured the spirit of these strange times that we live in was written in America by Kitty O'Meara. And since the Al-Kain, the second part of Aleinu, is a kind of messianic vision of a better future for the world, this is a vision of a better future for the world based on what many of us have been experiencing these past couple of months. Whether it's a vision that we can help to make come true, only time will tell, and only our efforts will make it happen. And the people stayed home, and they read books and listened and rested and exercised and made art and played games and learned new ways of being and were still. And they listened more deeply. Some meditated, some prayed, some danced, some met their shadows. And the people began to think differently. And the people healed. And in the absence of people living in ignorant, dangerous, mindless, and heartless ways, the earth began to heal. And when the danger passed and the people joined together again, they grieved their losses and made new choices and dreamed new images and created new ways to live and heal the earth fully as they had been healed. And so we conclude the Aleinu with V'ne'emar. I don't think it's actually in the Siddur there. V'ne'emar v'haya Adonai l'melech al kol haaretz v'yom ha'hu yeh Adonai echad u'shmo echad. Something else that didn't quite find its way into our Siddur on your screens tonight is the ceremony of the counting of the Omer. We're nearly at the end of the 7 weeks of the Omer now. Shavuot will come on what would be the 50th night next week, next Thursday. And so let us now count the Omer together. We shall count 7 weeks from the day after the Sabbath, when a sheaf of grain is to be brought as an offering, so that the day after the 7th week will make it 50 days. In observance of that tradition, we count the days of the early harvest season of ancient Israel from Pesach till Shavuot, and so symbolically walk once more the road from Egypt to Mount Sinai, from liberty to law, from freedom to responsibility. Join me now in the blessing which ends Al Sefirat HaOmer. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, Asher Kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu Al Sefirat HaOmer. Hayom Arba'a v'Arba'im Yom. Tonight begins the 44th day, Shehem Shisha Shavuot U'Shnei Yamim LaOmer, making 6 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. Not far off the full 7 weeks now. Now we turn to remembrance of loved ones. Begin with a beautiful poem by Hannah Senesh. There are stars whose radiance is visible on earth, though they have long been extinct. There are people whose shining memory lights the world, though they are no longer among us. These lights are particularly bright when the night is darkest. They light the way for humanity. We call to mind now our relatives and friends, our rabbis and teachers, our fellow congregants, and the thousands upon thousands who have died as a result of COVID-19. We unite with the rest of the world in mourning so many premature deaths. In recent weeks, members of my communities in Edinburgh and Leicester have lost several people. We remember David Ben, Viv Fisher, Dr. Alex Keller, Melvin Marlowe, Jeremy Cooper, Harry Hope, Ruth David, and Betty Benjamin. And this evening we remember with special love and miss with a special sense of loss our teachers and our leaders, Rabbi Harry Jacobi, Rabbi David Goldberg, and Rabbi Charles Wallach, Betty Bencher, Walter Wolfgang, and Renee Chapman. This is the first biennial gathering since they left us. We also remember Rabbi Neil Kraft, a much-loved rabbi of South London Liberal Synagogue and recently of Edgware and Hendon Reform Synagogue, one of the many casualties of COVID-19. We pause briefly now to remember them and for you to say at home the names of loved ones who are in your hearts right now. So we pause briefly before we join in Kaddish. And we say together now, Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah, v'alma divrach yirutei v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayechon u'v'yomechon, u'v'chayei d'chol beit Yisrael, v'agala u'v'zman kariv, v'imru amen. Yehei shemei Rabbah mevarach, la'alam u'lalmei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach, v'yitpa'ar, v'yitromam v'yitnasei, Yithadar v'yit'aleh v'yithalal, shemei d'kudusha barichu. Leila min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechemata, t'amiran be'alma v'imru amen. Yehei shalama rabba min shemaya, v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol b'nei Adam, v'imru amen. I'd like to thank everybody who's taken part in this service. Some of my members in Edinburgh and Leicester for reading some of the prayers, and of course Rabbi Margaret Jacobi, who's led together with me. And it's especially poignant that we've just remembered your father, Margaret, our dear Rabbi Harry Jacobi. How amazed he would have been at the technology and what we're doing together when we can't come together physically at our biennial. How proud he would be, needless to say, of you.
Thank you.
Today, that is Friday, not Shabbat, which is starting, but Friday, which is ending, has been a special day in the Jewish calendar, but one that we don't often stop and recognize, namely Yom Yerushalayim, Jerusalem Day. It commemorates the date in 1967 during the Six-Day War when Israeli forces entered the old city of Jerusalem and came to the Western Wall and blew the shofar there. And it was a day of untrammeled rejoicing all around the Jewish world. Of course, the political legacy of the Six-Day War continues to be with us in all kinds of controversial and often deeply distressing ways. And the situation, as we know, in Israel-Palestine right now is one of great uncertainty and instability. Nevertheless, we thought we would conclude the service tonight by recognizing Yom Yerushalayim, Jerusalem Day, and therefore we'll finish the service with the beautiful song, Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, Jerusalem the Golden, as we, in our minds and hearts, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, for a lasting, comprehensive, and just peace, which would enable our Jewish people, our brothers and sisters in Israel, as well as the Palestinian people and all the peoples of the region, to live together, to thrive together in peace and fellowship through reconciliation and justice. May this be God's will. And now let's join together in singing Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Avir harim et salul kayayin v'reach oranim nisab ruach arba'im im kol pamonim uvtarem matilan va'even shvuya b'chaloma ha'ir asher badad yoshevet ובליבה חומה. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. חזרנו אל בורות המים, לשוק ולכיכר, שופר קורא בהר הבית, בעיר העתיקה. ובמרות אשר בסלע, אלפי שמשות זורחות, נשוב נרד אל ים המלח, בדרך יריחו. ירושלים של זהב, ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. אך בבואי היום לשיר לך ולך לקשור כתרים, קטונתי מצעיר בנייך ומאחרון המשוררים, כי שמך צורב את השפתיים, כי נשיקת שרף. אם אשכחך ירושלים, אשר כולה זהב. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. Well, if it's not next year in Jerusalem, as I think many of us will have said at our online Seders, not perhaps next year in Jerusalem, but certainly next year in Daventry or wherever our biennial will bring us together to shake hands, if that's allowed next year, to hug one another, to be together in the same space. It is wonderful that we could all be together in this virtual space. I want to thank all those behind the scenes who have made this possible as well and kept things rolling so beautifully. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Yair Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God bless us and keep us safe. May God smile upon us and be gracious to us. May God reach out to us in tenderness and grant us peace. Amen. Shabbat Shalom to everyone. We're going to make Kiddush now together, so if you have wine there and the makings of Kiddush, now's the time to pour it out and raise a glass. Yom HaShishi, Vayechulu HaShamayim v'haaretz, v'chol tzavam, Vayechal Elohim b'yom HaShvi, v'lachto asher asa, Vayishvot b'yom HaShvi, mikol melachto asher asa. Vayevarech Elohim et yom HaShvi, Vayekadesh oto, ki bo shavat mikol melachto, Asher bara Elohim לעשות. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'ratzavanu, Shabbat Kodsho, Ve'ahava Uvratzon Hinchilanu, Zikaron Lemase Bereshit, Ki Hu Yom Techila Lemikrae Kodesh, Zecher Litziat Mitzrayim, Ki Vanu Vachata, Yotanu Kidashta, Mikol ha'amim, v'shabbat kodshecha, ve'ahava uvratzon nimchaltanu, Baruch atah Adonai, mekadesh ha'shabbat. Amen. L'chaim, l'chaim Kenia. David Margaret.
Now, please join me in Motzi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamotzi lechem haaretz. Amen. And Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
The next session is going to begin, I'm told, at 8:15. At 8:15, so we have an hour and 10 minutes to enjoy our Shabbat dinner, relax, and join in again at 8:15. Shabbat Shalom, a wonderful Shabbat and a wonderful Biennial at Home weekend to everyone. Bye for now.
Was open. What's the trouble?
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you. That was lovely.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I read some things that you were meant to read. I
think his Beit Mitzvah was at the Central Synagogue. So he had quite a sort of Jewish upbringing, not strictly religious, but very much a Jewish upbringing. He actually went to a Jewish boarding school as well, called Whittingham College. But he met my mum at university and he married out. And when they had children, they basically made a decision that they weren't going to raise us. I've got a brother who's 18 months younger than me. They weren't going to raise us as either a Jewish or Christian. It was very much, we'll let them come to their own conclusions. But obviously, when you do grow up in the UK, you know, you get the Christianity stuff kind of by default. So I was kind of brought up in a very sort of secular, but with a lot of Christian festivals, simply through virtue of the fact that I grew up in the south of England in the 70s. I don't know exactly when I started becoming interested in the Jewish side of my background, but I kind of think I always was a little bit. We were always aware of it. It was, you know, it was very kind of talked about. And I suppose when I was kind of like early teenage years, you know, in a very depressing way, you become aware of things like the Holocaust. So I suppose, yeah, I started just becoming more and more kind of just interested in that kind of Jewish history side of things in my teenage years. And lots of other things were going on, obviously, and I actually had my daughter very young as well. And then I think certainly in my 20s, I became more interested in sort of Jewish history and culture in a wider sense and started reading a lot more about it and started, yeah, just being really, really interested in it. And then since my 20s, I've always kind of had a very clear affinity with my Jewish background, but never actually got round to doing anything about it in terms of joining any kind of Jewish community. I had a couple of friends who were Jewish in the same way as I was, but not, you know, really didn't belong to any kind of Jewish community at all. But the interest was always there. A lot of the books that I read are Jewish, not all of them, but a lot of the books I read are Jewish, a lot of the music I listen to is Jewish, like Jewish films and Israeli Netflix dramas and all of that kind of stuff. And it was only literally last year when my daughter left home, because she's sort of grown up and bought a house and is getting married, that I actually thought, I'm actually going to think about joining a synagogue now, you know, at the age of 47. And I knew that Kingston Liberal was nearby because I'd looked before. I was aware of the synagogues in my area. And then I just thought, you know, why not? And Kingston Liberal was the obvious choice because it's probably not the most local one, but obviously I was aware that Liberal Judaism were very welcoming to patrilineal Jews. And, you know, I wouldn't be kind of rejected and told I wasn't Jewish because my mum wasn't Jewish, and I didn't want to kind of go through that kind of, well, you're not a Jew because your mum's not Jewish sort of thing, because I feel like I am a Jew and I do feel very Jewish and always have done. But I don't think there was a turning point for me. I think it was an evolution. If you had asked me in my 20s, am I Jewish? I would have probably said, well, sort of, my dad's Jewish and I kind of feel Jewish and yeah, I suppose, but I'm not really sure. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of the answer I'd have given. Now I would say yes, undoubtedly.
I was born into a very, very traditional, conventional, middle-class Irish family, all terribly safe, and it was a world sort of unthreatened by anything. But my first sort of challenges basically were as someone that was severely disabled. I had a condition called Marfan syndrome that meant I was very short-sighted and profoundly deaf. But to my parents' credit, despite what medics indicated, they encouraged me to go to the same school as my brothers. Unfortunately for me, I learned to sort of fit in. I was left in peace and learned at my own pace. So that meant I was never under pressure, which I personally think was a good thing. As I headed towards a young adult, I think I gained a great deal of confidence in myself and wanted to learn. So I caused quite a shock by passing the equivalent of O-levels and A-levels and decided I wanted to go to university. Applied, got a place in Trinity College Dublin, but it really was impossible for someone who was deaf to cope because lecture halls were vast. Lecturers just stood in the front and mumbled. There was no support networks in the way of any form of notes, handouts, anything like that. And on top of that, I was discovering my sexual identity. I realized I really wasn't fitting in because at the time, Dublin was very homophobic. So between difficulties as a deaf man and as a gay man made it impossible for me to cope. So I decided, drop everything, drop out and leave. So I decided to emigrate to paradise, as I thought then, was London. Now, this is where my story to Judaism begins. It goes right back to 1973. So I found an advert advertising cleaners. So just by chance, my first assignment was with a woman called Rita Lawson, who lived in Golders Green. And we got on straight away. So the next thing I knew, Rita was introducing me to her friends, who also were Jewish. I was quickly thrown into Jewish culture in the sense that first task would be helping prepare for Shabbat. Because, you know, and then I sort of got to learn what the fuss was about for having everything looking beautiful for Friday night. Then, as time went on, friendships were formed. And it wasn't just a case I was coming to clean for Shabbat, but I would end up being invited for dinner. So at first hand, being introduced to Jewish liturgy, because at the end of the day, shuls are important, but the center, if you like, of Jewish liturgy is in each Jew's home. And I think that's, you know, a very, very important point to remember. Then, of course, I was fascinated as time went on, learning about the absolute chaos of preparing for Pesach. I mean, that was really a full-time job if you were doing it properly. Amongst the women I worked for, they were all of different shades of Judaism, if you like. Some Orthodox, some Reform, some liberal, some nothing, some secular, you name it. But it wasn't always too apparent who belonged to what. The humanity and personality was always first. But also, as I learned as time went on, if people were signed up for all sorts of different reasons to different communities. But at the end of the day, it always seemed to me that they interpreted their own Judaism, if you like. And I think really the communities are less polarized than other people like us to think. Next thing is, I met a guy that I started to have a relationship, and it asked me to live with him. The guy happened to be Jewish, but secular. I was only sort of discovering his own family. I enjoyed supporting him, discovering his identity as a Jew, because at this stage I knew quite a bit. A few years passed, I separated from a partner. Now, my reaction was, this is a sort of time for another complete change. So I thought, what will I do next? So I thought, university. I applied randomly to 6 universities throughout the UK. All 6 offered me a place. So I picked Manchester. My supervisor, his PhD was based on none other than Claude Montefiore, and sort of realized where sort of liberal Judaism was coming from. I started to think academia is all very well, time for action. I literally started just exploring on social media. And the first thing, just by chance, I came across Rabbi Mark Solomon. The fact that he was out as a gay man and yet had a respected position, that in itself was attractive. So basically I just emailed the Manchester liberal Jewish community, which I knew nothing about. So I started attending some of the classes, and one thing led to another. I just felt comfortable and enjoyed it. I sort of looked forward to attending the services. And what I really loved, even though I don't speak Hebrew, so much was so familiar to me. I was getting a taste for community development, and I think I felt the idea of a liberal shul in Manchester was so important. I obviously at this stage had decided very definitely to go through the formal conversion process. Obviously quite a process. Clearly I had to demonstrate why I wanted to convert, but more importantly, to demonstrate I understood what I was converting to. I really think the future is looking rosy, because I think sort of the new generation coming up, and with the sort of the idea of progressive Judaism rather than sort of very hard and fast ideas, and sort of there's so many different progressive Jews all coming together without losing their identity.
This podcast series of oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Miri Lawrence and Lucia Scazzaccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scazzaccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of Lily's legacy and the future of liberal Judaism. During the oral history interviews for this project, all the participants were asked about what they considered to be Lily's legacy. They were also asked about their hopes and dreams for the future of liberal Judaism. Responses were diverse, with many confident about the future. Others expressed the need for ensuring the survival of liberal Judaism, which remains a comparatively small movement. Connected to this concern is a discussion about whether liberal Judaism should merge with the Reform movement, and some of these views are reflected here. Whilst many participants discussed the legacy in broad terms, such as adaptability and inclusivity, others described specific aspects of Lily's work. Although the majority of participants did not know Lily Montagu, they nonetheless share a sense of legacy and a vision of the years to come.
She did set up a movement with Mattock and Montefiore, and you know, here we are 100 years or so later, and we're a stronger movement, or as strong as we were then. And I think that's her legacy, that it's lasted this long. You know, we can only hope that it can blossom and go forward and be a contribution to the world in the future. And I don't see why we shouldn't be. I don't think we can be complacent, because people have a lot of choices nowadays, and they won't be Jewish just for duty anymore. And I don't want it to be a Judaism just because of anti-Semitism. People pull together then, obviously, but that's not what Judaism is about, as far as I'm concerned. And I think we've got a lot to contribute to the world if we can kind of do it right.
The point is, we want a society, which I think Lily Montagu was thinking about. She didn't have to go and become a magistrate, which was dealing primarily with non-Jews, or a youth magistrate dealing primarily with non-Jewish kids, when she was a Jewish woman with money. I think she was doing because she believed in a different type of society. We need to create societies in which people don't feel they've got to hide what they feel, who they are, what they think, even what they say.
I don't know whether so much Berlin and Frankfurt, but the seminary in Breslau seems to have been a focal point for a core group of young rabbis, young students who showed promise. Not necessarily all exactly the same age as my father, but certainly students at the seminary at the same time. And I think the threat of their annihilation was something that seems to have made her decide that she would do something profoundly useful to help, practically. And that's basically what I understand she did. I don't know quite how she managed it, perhaps through connections in the civil service. I understand, being a member of a prominent family, she may very well have had connections of which I know nothing. But somehow, some way, she managed to corral many of these young students and provide practical help for getting them out. And that was certainly the case for my parents. I tell that story with huge pride and gratitude, because we have 4 grandchildren. It was a huge personal gesture, I think, of Lily to have been so involved in Breslau. And I wondered why. Perhaps it was a passion for a new style of Judaism, which captivated her personally, because she engaged with that redemption, that whole determination, not to just continue Jewish life, but to save life and to build a new view.
My legacy is really that it's my duty to hand this on to my children and my grandchildren, and probably I can't do it to my grandchildren. They're only 1 and 1.5 and 3. But I have handed it on to their parents, and I hope they will hand it on to their children. And it certainly worked in my case, and I think it may even work in the next generation. Progressive Judaism has wonderful values, and these are humane. Therefore, I would like them to keep loyal, because so much life has been lost and suffered that they must keep to it, and I would like to do it till my dying days.
We're all a little nervous of the shape of politics nationally and internationally, and there's so much bigotry and hatred around for all sorts of people. I think the voice of liberal Judaism is going to be so important, not to just let us all get despairing, to be honest. It's going to keep us going.
For me, the most distinctive thing about liberal Judaism, it is reflective. It's reflective Judaism. It questions what we, quote unquote, we believe, and what we think, and what we practice, and what we follow. And it kind of constantly ask ourselves, is that still what we believe, what we practice, what we follow, and whatnot? So I think it's a very thoughtful form of Judaism. It's very concerned with ensuring that it's a religion of ethics, and the ethics is how to, basically live in the world and do good in the world as well. And so that's what I like about liberal Judaism. It demands something from you. You just can't go with it. You can't just sign up for it and not be affected by it. I hope that the ethical struggle that LJ has always dealt with for the past 100 years is still being an issue today in your present, mainly because ethics is something we're never to find a solution for. Ethics is a constant struggle as times and situations change. So I hope that LJ is still as reflective and still committed to its core values as it was in 2019.
I always hang on to an absolute key value that I think did come from Lily Montagu, speaking about the spiritual possibilities of today in 1899. So this is before the foundation of the Jewish Religious Union and before the formal kind of establishment of liberal Judaism. And that is that what we are doing is meeting the needs of the age. So that's what liberal Judaism is about. It's about meeting the needs of the age. And to me, that's absolutely key. And of course, connected to meeting the needs of the age is meeting the needs of individuals. Because the age is one which recognises that individuals have rights. So they were meeting the needs of the age at the beginning of the 20th century. And we're meeting the needs of the age at the beginning of the 21st century. And the needs have changed.
Well, if she had the foresight and impetus to help form liberal Judaism and the things that it stands for, particularly inclusiveness, then I'm sure she'll be very proud.
I'd like to see the legacy to go to being a viable competitor to the United Synagogues, and that you have two places where you can go and worship. The United Synagogues, where you have Orthodox Judaism, loads of which you can question because it doesn't make sense. Or you can go to, let's call it liberal Judaism, doesn't matter what the name is. Or you can go to liberal Judaism, which is logically thought out religion, most of which makes sense. So where I'd really like it to go is to be a viable contender against Orthodox Judaism.
I think it will, hopefully, it will just go from strength to strength, because we now at West Central are beginning to get quite a lot of younger people, because we are an old community, but a lot of younger people now are beginning to come to the services, beginning to become members. And it's nice because it is accommodating, it is modern, and everybody can participate.
I really hope that liberal Judaism can take the best of its history and the best of what we see in our sister movements, like the Reform movement, and keep those things. And I think one of the things we can really learn about is innovation in worship, and in not getting bogged down with who we used to be. I guess one of the things that I've always hoped for liberal Judaism is that it embraces change. And I get really worried if someone says, well, liberal Judaism is this, and it's any definition that cannot move. I really want it to be the movement that moves and the movement that changes.
I would say I'm not a comfortable liberal Jew. I'm a healthily uncomfortable liberal Jew, if you like. And I think if I moved geographically, for example, it would be equally possible that I might join a Reform community as that I might join a liberal community. That's still the case, that's still true. And between you and me, one respect in which I do have some bits of vision for the future of the progressive movement, is that I really look forward to the day when the liberal and reform movements can manage to put aside their historic differences and whatever remains of that, because to be honest, as far as I can see, it's not much, except in a kind of culture of identity. But I hope that we will put aside those differences and become one movement, because I do think that that's what ought to happen, and that's what will be healthy for the future of progressive Judaism. I really feel that quite strongly.
I personally would not be in favour of a merger, because I feel we'll lose the special nature of liberal Judaism. I think I'm just happy with it as it is now. Yes, I don't think I want it to go particularly either way. I say I'm not madly in favour of a merger with the reform movement, but I could see advantages size-wise of having just one movement, with the option that within certain parameters a congregation can choose where they go.
Because it's so important to me now, I don't want Judaism to ever die out, and I think that the more liberal we are, the more likely we are to remain.
There still seems to be a difference between the various steps of the Judaism. You know, according to some Jewish people, the liberal synagogue is right at the bottom, and you're getting what we used to call the Golders Green cowboys, who are right at the top. You know, I think Lily's legacy could possibly help to make it more accessible.
I think if you're not Jewish, you probably have little idea of the idea of liberal Judaism. I think liberal Judaism could be a lot more vocal than it is. I think there is a culture in this country, for all sorts of reasons, including the war, where people keep their Jewish identity quite sort of as something that they might reveal at some point. And I think that's a real shame, because I think then people's views of Judaism, you know, and what it means to be Jewish. I mean, even on the news, you know, they interview someone Jewish, it tends to be somebody who looks quite Orthodox Jewish. You don't feel a strong presence of liberal Judaism in the media. I don't think, as Jewish people, we're representing ourselves very well.
But what is the future? We have to go where the people are. And that's the only way we can see it developing. And so we can still be a voice, a progressive voice. Let's bring back the community spirit. And that's what we need to do in the liberal and progressive field. It's all about community, belonging. And unless we get that back and get people involved and say to young 16-year-old Joshua, hey, I've got a job for you. Come in here and see if you can give me a hand doing this. Let them take the lead. I've always believed that you should give a hand over to the young people, because there's a truth in the saying that the older you get, the more conservative you become. You won't take the chances. And I'm passionate about liberal Judaism and Reform Judaism. I'm and let's call it all progressive Judaism. I'm passionate about it, and I'm passionate that it speaks and has relevance. The way we do it, we have to rethink the whole thing. We're going to have to rethink how we set up our communities. Are they permanent structures, or are they transient?
Liberal Judaism offers a great deal to modern people, who then can quite happily live a life in the style they want to achieve. I would like them to think like the Quakers. If you talk about Quakers, you know immediately what values they have. You know immediately that they are honourable persons with a good history, what they've done. And I would like, when I say I'm a liberal Jew, that they have the same idea of me. She is a very decent, humane person, and she has values. And I don't know if we've arrived at that stage, but I'd like to think we shall eventually. when I first came to Birmingham and met people of the Orthodox group, because doctors meet and so on, and we'd say we are then it was still liberal. Liberal Jews would say, oh, never mind. And I hated that. And when I go now and say I'm a liberal Jew, they don't say that. They say, oh, have you got a lot of new members? And I feel we have come forward. And I would like them to come forward more. And though we have quite a few Jews now who were converted formally, they are the ones I know are very loyal and make big contributions.
I'm just a little cog in a large machine. I hope carrying on where Miss Lily left off.
Oh, I think she'd have been overwhelmed. Totally overwhelmed. As we are. It's achieved so much. It's an international, respected, renowned organisation. That's good. Because when we started, there were sort of 10, 12 communities, small in number.
She's, for me, a role model who, for her faith and her work in the world were just inseparable. She was a campaigner, she campaigned against the death penalty, she campaigned for women's votes, she was not afraid to be outspoken, and that was part of what her Judaism taught her, was to care for people. So through her work with young women especially, everything she did in society, that was part of what her Judaism taught her to do. So that's what's influenced me most and helped me to think about myself and how I integrate those two worlds.
So although Lily's legacy goes back to our founder members, being part of the liberal Judaism is acceptance and progression, and I feel I'm in the right place for that.
If I was looking at Lily Montague or any of the other founders looking down, Montefiore, looking down, I'd say, oh, well, haven't I done a good job? And it's all working out well, and perhaps in another 100 years' time, they'll all be liberal. I don't know. That's how I see a legacy.
Explores the theme of ritual and worship. In this episode, liberal Jews of all ages recall aspects of the synagogue service and the way it continues to change. Describe recent innovations such as the new prayer book. Others remember the early years of liberal Judaism. Recollections include the preferences of the individual synagogue, particularly in relation to the style of music at the services. In addition to these differences over time and between congregations, individual liberal Jews also express their personal preferences in terms of their faith, belief in God, and feelings about inclusivity. Participants also consider how Lily Montague might regard liberal Jewish worship as it's practiced today. Their voices reflect the diversity and dynamic nature of liberal Judaism, which is often at the forefront of change and refuses to stand still.
We don't go to the synagogue that often, but it's there. We've suddenly become a happy, clappy synagogue, which I personally like. I like the guitar, I like the singing, I like the jumping around, etc., etc. It's nothing like the synagogue it was in 1972, when very few people wore couples, very few people wore talitim. We've moved in one way more to the center as far as the religion is concerned, but we've moved very much more to the left as far as beliefs are concerned. So the things have changed on both sides. In one way, we've become much more religious, i.e. observing what Judaism ordains as far as orthodoxy is concerned. In another way, we are now way out.
It's very different from when I was a child. It was much more churchy. A lot more of the service was in English. You also had the influence of the organ. And what you found a lot of the congregation in those days was that they came to listen to the music and listen to the performances of the choir and the cantor rather than be involved in the services. And there was far less tradition. Design, for instance, in this synagogue now, I don't think in those days they would have liked it.
Well, it does change originally, but I would say it basically remains the same. You have bits of Hebrew, then you had English, then you had the Hebrew blessing, and then you had this Torah coming in, you read the Torah, and then you had that, then you had the sermon, and then we had the prayers for the sick and prayers for the dead, and a further blessing, and that was it. Men and women sat together, by the way. That was the main thing.
It's changed a lot. When I first started, we had the original liberal Judaism prayer book, which went back to the 1920s, I think, or early 1930s, with thee and thou, and some of them still had George V in them as the monarch. Services were made, and there'd be English hymns. And then we had, in 1967, we introduced Service of the Heart. I would have been 10 at the time, so I remember that being introduced. And it didn't have thee and thou, and it had a bit more Hebrew, actually quite a lot more Hebrew, really. And it had a prayer for Israel, and it was very different in feel. And that lasted till 1995, when we had yet another present Siddur Lev Hadash, where we introduced gender-neutral language, which was seen as very radical at the time. There were a lot of people opposed, but enough people in favour of it. And it was more radical and also more traditional. So it opened from right to left, reintroduced some more traditional prayers. And I think most of our synagogues have much more Hebrew than they would have done. And they also, many of the service leaders will chant more rather than reading.
I've been at liberal services when somebody's been there who obviously got an Orthodox background, and they'll do the shuffling, backwards and forwards and so forth. And the real liberal Jew says, "Oh, that's terrible. How dare they do that?" And a more amenable person will say, if they feel that's helpful, now they want to pray that way, why shouldn't they do it, But if a person came along and said, "I'll only go to this service if it's all in Hebrew," then no, that's gone beyond what you should have. There are certain things in liberal Judaism, I think it's sine qua non is the Latin for it. It's something which we won't have an exception to.
I find services, to be honest, more and more meaningless, especially if they're in English. I like the emotion of the Hebrew, but I don't like the words of the English. So I go to all the social events, I go to the occasional service, but I'm not nearly as committed as I was.
So we try to support everybody to have the kind of Jewish life that they would want. And that I really, really value about the fact that we're a liberal community, certainly that we're a progressive community. That our services are shorter than Orthodox services, that we have flexibility about, we're quite traditional in some ways in the way we use the liturgy. We do a lot of Hebrew, we sing a lot of traditional melodies, but we have the flexibility to be able to do more or less of our service in English and to make it as accessible as it needs to be to who's there that day. And yet we also really love the elements of our religious life, for example, which are very traditional. There's not often a guitar to be seen at our services sometimes, but there's enough people who really don't like it that we don't do it so much.
In our congregation, Pete Tobias plays the guitar, and I love it, but I know people who hate it, and so I'm not coming because it's going to be one of his guitar services. I equally like a service where there isn't any music. Other people say, oh, it has to be a choir. Other people say, I don't like the choir because I don't want to listen to a performance. I want to take part. So you just have to have parameters and stay within those.
You said right from the start we were not going to have a choir because then everybody sits back and it's the choir who mainly sings. So we very much had an attitude of we all join in somehow, whether you hum along or sing along or la 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 or whatever, and it would be in Hebrew and in English. You know, we always had it that I think intergenerational things are important, and also being in the kind of area of London we're in, it's very diverse, and so everybody who came is welcomed. And now, you know, I mean, we've got United Nations, really. You know, I mean, there's Jews from all over the place and friends who come and stuff. So it's very open, inclusive, but still very much keeping, you know, that it is a Jewish organisation and we take prayer and spirituality seriously and social things seriously.
Previously, it was almost like literally anything goes. And I think, you know, you can go too far with this. I mean, if anything goes, what is the point? You know, so I do actually think the tradition is quite important, but obviously not to the extent where you put the women behind a curtain and tell people like me that we're not Jewish because our mums weren't Jewish. There's a huge spectrum. Like anything, there's a spectrum. So from my personal view, I actually think that from what I can tell, having nothing to compare it to, but from what I can tell, I think the balance that is happening in my synagogue between tradition and liberalism, I think it's a really good balance because there is a tradition there. You know, people do wear kippahs. I don't. I haven't worn a shawl or anything like that, but a lot of people do. There is a lot of the tradition that's there. There's a lot of the songs that are there. But obviously it's very open and inclusive as well. I think it's that sense of belonging to a community, like you're all there, you're all singing the same songs, if you can sing in Hebrew, which I'm learning. You're all connected to that same story. So it's part of being part of the people. And it's also knowing that some of these songs and some of these rituals are happening all over the world and have been happening for thousands and thousands of years. You know, so when you go and, you know, open the Torah scroll and that's happening everywhere and always has done. And I think that's really powerful. I think I would like to have a bat mitzvah, an adult bat mitzvah. I've kind of talked that briefly with my rabbi, so I haven't got any plans in place yet, but I think, you know, I'd like to do that.
Yuval gave me my second bat mitzvah when I was 83. I had a lovely bat mitzvah in Southgate, and a lot of my friends from the Orthodox synagogue, they said it wasn't what they expected. They'd expected liberal Judaism to be not what the service was. They said, okay, they cut prayers out with repetition, but all the prayers we say in United, the same prayers are said, but shortened version.
I wasn't bat mitzvahed, I was confirmed, and that was what was considered the route into sort of mature Judaism in those days. And that involved, it was like Kabbalat Torah now, but I know that liberal Judaism was criticized then for the confirmation process, that it made it too much like the Christian confirmation. And more recently, bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs have come back into fashion, I suppose. And both of my daughters were bat mitzvahed.
I had a Benot mitzvah with Esther, my twin, and we had the service and the party in a marquee in the Hurst Avenue playing fields. We split the kind of marquee into the service and the party. Everyone who was invited to the party was invited to the service, which is also really nice because all my friends that aren't Jewish could come and just see the service, and it felt really, really special having everyone there and feeling like everyone was on your side. It wasn't anything too complicated. It didn't feel like it was closed to the people that couldn't read Hebrew or even had never even met somebody Jewish. It felt really special.
And things have changed. Like I had my marriage blessed, but it couldn't be here, but it can be now. You know, people can have a blessing here if one partner isn't Jewish.
I think in a lot of ways I'm maybe more engaged with the spiritual religious side than like some of my peers in liberal Judaism, but I think that's fine. I think because I'm really into kind of delving deep into Torah and doing a lot of intense Torah study and religious practice, which I think a lot of my peers, they like liberal Judaism for the reason that it gives them a space to engage in that when they want, and also to have the community. But I think it's quite nice that both sides can exist within one space.
Spirituality should not disappear, and it's very easy to get all into Jewish learning, but I think lots of people have enough intellectual stress and thing in their jobs, and that the spiritual side and the artistic and cultural side are all part of being Jewish as well. And that's what we've got to try and pass on. So I think there's a lot more work to do.
I honestly don't know what I believe. I go to the services. I go to quite a lot of the services, and I really enjoy the services. I particularly like the singing. And I do believe in, it sounds really trite, I believe that there's something that's bigger than us.
I wouldn't say I'm a secular Jew exactly, but I'm probably more secular than religious. But I enjoy a spiritual engagement with a possible God.
I never could and still can't believe in a being, a personal God. So I find my connection by translating those concepts. So I translate, and I don't think I'm the first Jew to have done this. You know, there've been proper Jewish thinkers in history who have theorized in this way too, and I've learned so much in that direction. But I can sort of use the word God, although I don't very much, but I use it with an instant translation in my mind of it being the universe or all that exists. To me, that's what God is, and that's how I translate it when I'm in synagogue, and that's what I think of. So yeah, I wouldn't call it faith, because it's, in a way, for me, it's not a belief, it's a connection.
I had a great sense, even from quite an early age, of kind of connectedness, being more than just yourself, a sense of God as something we can't understand, but there's more to life than just us as individual separate units.
When I go to synagogue and I hear the music, I can feel quite tearful really about it, quite emotional, because it has such a strong memory for me of my childhood and my parents. But it doesn't really go any further than that, I don't think.
For me, when I go to the synagogue, for example, I enjoy engaging with a good sermon and reflecting and having that space just to be sort of quiet and still and to be part of something. For me, it's about being part of a community that is there right then at that moment, and that is part of my family, and that is part of a bigger cultural group that makes me feel strong.
The most important thing for me is just more that sense of being part of the community and the people. And I think the ritual is it's a reflection of that, but it doesn't have to be that. It can just be like going to a book group or a social event or arguing about politics or something, There's other ways that you can be part of that people without necessarily the ritual. But I think, I wouldn't want the ritual, now that I found the ritual and now I'm doing it, I wouldn't want to not do it. I wouldn't want to lose that, because I think it would lose something, but it's not everything, if that makes sense.
I know that going to shul and letting go, however stressful things are, you can let go and get the flow going and that, and have a good sing, and you're hearing about the past and you're hearing about loving kindness and all these lovely things, and you're going into yourself and you have the peaceful time. All that kind of stuff is very relevant to modern life. That idea of letting go and connecting to one another and doing good, that to me is what Judaism is all about.
Because they were revolutionaries, they, you might say, threw out the baby with the bathwater. We became too left-wing. If you compare Orthodox Judaism and liberal Judaism, right-wing and left-wing, we became too left-wing. We threw out too much. Very, very little Hebrew in the service. It was nearly all in English. We had a non-Jewish choir who sang all in English. So they went too far to the left, but probably as a revolutionary you have to.
But I do feel the liberal movement has become too involved in degenderizing everything. I object in the Avinu Malkeinu to having been translated, our parent, our sovereign. It's our father, our king. And if somebody female objects to that, I'm sorry, let her object.
I'm co-editor of the new Siddur, and we've had a huge amount of opposition to what we're doing because we're meeting the needs of the age. We're producing a prayer book that is multivocal and not singular in its approach, that allows different voices to speak, that has feminized some of the Hebrew, that's saying this is the age we're in now. Let's really, instead of lip service to the 3 M's, let's really, really go back to the 3 M's and say, what would Lily Montagu say today? And what I think she'd say, you're right, right on. And in fact, I saw it in my own kind of development of my own rabbinate with John Rayner when I was in his liturgy class, and we were trying to talk to him about the importance of inclusive language, and that we're saying man and he was exclusive. And he was saying, no, everybody knows it's inclusive, that it means everybody. But then a few years later, at the ordination of Rabbi Miri Lawrence, as she was at the time, and Rabbi Elena Rothman at the LJS, and he basically said, I've learned from the women rabbis that have come through the college, and this is where we are now. And then produced a prayer book that was all inclusive in the English. So John Rayner himself, Zichron Livracha, may his memory be for blessing, moved along. That's what I stay with as Lily's legacy. That's Lily's legacy.
So it was quite funny when everybody's idea of liberal Judaism was slightly different. And that probably says something about liberal Judaism, because it means there's a wide range of things that you do, that there are certain things that you would never do, whatever your viewpoint was. Whether Lily Montagu would recognise a service now would be an interesting point. She was a very open-minded woman.
You're Jewish for a purpose. The purpose is an ethical purpose, not a ritual purpose. It's exactly what the Hebrew prophets are saying. The Hebrew prophets never said, we don't want you to bring the sacrifices. They don't bring the sacrifices if you've stolen the stuff you're bringing for sacrifice to somebody else. And that's really what liberal Judaism is about. It's about saying being Jewish is about creating a better world for everybody. It has, of course, ritual aspects, but above the ritual aspects, above the particular aspects even, of course, there's a balance to be struck, is a universal one.
This podcast series of oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Miri Lawrence and Lucia Scatzaccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scatzaccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of mixed faith and conversion. Liberal Judaism welcomes sincere converts to Judaism. Liberal Judaism also recognized the Jewish status of children brought up as Jewish, whether they are of matrilineal or patrilineal descent. Sometimes a person may even discover that they are Jewish and would like to affirm their Jewish identity. In this episode, a number of liberal Jews discuss their search for acceptance of their Jewish status and their conversion to Judaism. They also share narratives of mixed faith marriages and the importance of welcoming non-Jewish partners into the community. Often, the acceptance of liberal Jewish congregations is particularly valued if there have been rejections from other branches of Judaism.
We have quite a number of Jews by choice and some patrilineal Jews. We have many members who are non-Jewish partners of Jews who are our members. We encourage them to come as much as they want to come. We don't lean on them in any heavy way to convert. Some have converted, but they don't have to. And so we try to support everybody to have the kind of Jewish life that they would want. And that I really, really value about the fact that we're a liberal community.
We welcome the non-Jewish partners to be part of our synagogue. And also, if the Jewish parent is a man, then we would accept him and his children here, which in all sorts of synagogues they just wouldn't. They wouldn't see the children as Jewish at all. And we've got families where the children have just grown up in the congregation thinking of themselves as Jewish. And that's very much what we believe.
My father's family has no connections with Judaism because of I think particularly my mother's attitude towards not only her own identity, but her anxiety to secure mine and my brother's safety as she saw it. She didn't get us involved in Jewish community life when we were growing up. In view of this, the rabbi of this Reform synagogue decided that it probably would not be appropriate to recognize my Jewish status. When the York Liberal Jewish Community was set up in 2013-14, I took the opportunity to get involved. It was a community that from its start was defined very much by a wish to include people. So in view of some of the issues that I had experienced, I found that very attractive and enthusiastically embraced this project. So when the opportunity came up to join the cohort for the Ba'alai Tefillah training program that was starting at the beginning of 2018, I took that opportunity. I'm the first person today to graduate from this program.
So my father is from Johannesburg, and his kind of lineage came from pogroms in Eastern Europe, Ashkenazi Jews, who then went over to South Africa. So he was third generation South African. I think there's a mixture of Lithuanian, Russian, and Polish, but I think predominantly Lithuanian. And then he moved over to London when he was 18 to get away from the apartheid. And my mother is Irish Catholic and attended a Catholic school and then went to university in London, and they met in their 30s and had my sisters and I. My mum's grandparents were from Ireland and moved down to Liverpool to work on the docks. So then growing up, we predominantly did kind of Christian, like cultural rituals, more kind of like most British people would partake in. But also our grandmother was still Catholic, so there was that kind of influence. And because my dad's family lived in South Africa, they were less of an influence on our lives. And my dad didn't have a very good relationship with his Judaism, so he didn't try and teach us about it too much. But our mum really wanted us to connect to it at least a little bit. So she took us to synagogue a couple of times, like tried to engage us with some family friends who were Jewish, but I always had quite a weird relationship with it until I was about 14. Like I would tell people I was half Jewish, which I think now, knowing what I know and being in the place that I'm in, is such a sad thing that I would have even said, to be honest. So then when I was 14, a girl that I knew said that she was going on this Jewish summer camp, and she asked if I wanted to go because I'd been like, oh, my dad's Jewish. And I was like, okay, I'll go. And I went, and it was LJY. It was just like the most amazing experience. Like I just kind of felt so pleased that I sort of experienced all of this, and I just got so stuck in and loved the prayer, like really connected with it, and just felt like I really connected with all of the people a lot. And I think I feel like I owe a lot to liberal Judaism, not in the sense of liberal Judaism expects that of me, but just because it's given me so much that I feel kind of a loyalty to it in a way. And it accepted me kind of without question. I mean, I can't imagine if I'd not been accepted, like what my life would be like.
I suppose without it, I wouldn't be a member of a shul, because no other shul would have accepted me then. I probably have had to do some kind of conversion. So in that way, to have been accepted. But I think what's different in a way is that I do remember that even though it felt familiar and I was happy here, when I was little, I was always really nervous. Oh, my mum's not Jewish, and so I'm going to be found out that I'm not really Jewish, to not being quite Jewish enough or something. And I don't feel that now. Maybe I'm older, obviously, but I feel that it feels more open, like I fit here, that I'm accepted here and that I haven't got anything to be ashamed of. So I think it's changed in that way. I think it maybe had that vision of being all inclusive, but I think it probably really is now. I think it has grown into being its vision, being what it wanted to be.
Kingston Liberal was the obvious choice because it's probably not the most local one, but obviously I was aware that liberal Judaism were very welcoming to patrilineal Jews, and I wouldn't be kind of rejected and told I wasn't Jewish because my mom wasn't Jewish, and I didn't want to kind of go through that kind of, well, you're not a Jew because your mum's not Jewish sort of thing, because I feel like I am a Jew. And I do feel very Jewish and always have done. It's not even been a year, it's coming up for a year. And I'm suddenly like incredibly involved. I'm on the council, I do the social media for them, I'm on the choir, I go there probably once or twice a week. I mean, I really have kind of like jumped in with both feet into the community, and it's wonderful because I feel like I'm making up for lost time.
My family is mixed family. My father was Jewish, Sephardic Jewish, and my mom non-Jewish. A doctor did the circumcision of my son. I had a son, and indicated me Kingston Liberal Synagogue, telling me that I could do the blessing, the baby naming ceremony here, the blessing, and put me in contact with the rabbi here. I told him a bit about my story, and he immediately told me, well, of course you're Jewish. And it really felt good to hear. And I'm still coming as much as I can at a lot of classes and things. I've got a lot to learn and a lot of education to have that I didn't have, and that I'm the first one to miss. It was kind of good to hear that someone was embracing a bit the feeling that I had about my roots. So it was really more than welcoming. I felt really part of the family, and I was really lucky to find egg donor for the conception of my child. For me, it was important to find a Jewish egg donor and a Sephardic Jewish egg donor. And so that made things really very difficult because actually there was quite a lot of Ashkenazi, but not a lot of Sephardic Jewish donors. I often wondered why would I do that? Why, if it was really important to me, but it was important to me to find a Jewish donor. It gave me the opportunity to read a bit about what the different Jewish movements were thinking about that, and finally what would be allowed, inverted comma, or not, or what would define a Jewish child.
I married Peter. Now, my mother liked Peter as a person. I mean, she was from a different generation and a different way of life. And to her, you know, not having the big Jewish wedding and marrying someone who was Jewish was just not on. And she'd never understood me, really. She was very fiery, you know. Everybody loved her, but you had to agree with her. She was that kind of person. So the long and the short of that was she then didn't speak to me for 10 years. So she never saw her grandchildren. We did reconcile with my mother before she died. And when she was in hospital, she asked for Jackie. And the nurse said to one of her visitors, you know, who's Jackie? And so they told her. And so in that last 9 weeks of her life, I was going to see her. And she did see the grandchildren once. So it was a very Shakespearean, you know, but that was all reconciled. And Peter's been he's my rock. I mean, little Leon, who's a year old, I call him little Knedler because he's a little bundle. And they live almost, 10 minutes away in the car. So we babysit. So he's going to be influenced by his grandma. And I consider Ellie and Leon universal children. I mean, they've got the Tamil background, they've got the Jewish background, they've got the English background. And that's the way the world is going to be. And we have to love one another and be tolerant of one another. I do feel a responsibility that we're part of a golden chain. And so obviously it has to carry on. But I think it's much more people who want to be Jewish and want to be part of, whether it's the liberal movement or Judaism generally, that it's a matter of welcoming whoever wants to be it, not just say, well, I'm going to be Jewish, that's it. But on the other hand, we all help one another to make it carry on. And we have to give our children choices and a way for them to develop. And you never know what happens.
I think it's really lovely because they're not religious at all, my dad's side of the family. There's never a doubt that they would come to the bat mitzvah or even anything important to do with the Havurah. And as well, I know friends whose grandparents didn't come, like my friend Lola, who's also in the Havurah and had a bat mitzvah in January. Her grandparents from Hong Kong didn't come to her bat mitzvah because they're not Jewish and they don't believe in that sort of thing, which I think is really sad. And I don't know, I think even though they're not Jewish at all, they're really involved in everything because they're just involved in our lives, which is really nice.
When our children were born,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our evening programming. That was the wonderful Jackie Richards, as you heard in another of the Lily Legacies podcasts. I hope you'll keep listening to those. There really is some quite incredible material in there. It's now my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Talia Artman. who is going to lead us in a really wonderful education session this evening. I'm really delighted, Tali, that you're with us tonight. It's been a while since we saw each other, but you're now not only teaching at Leo Beck College, but also a student at Leo Beck College. It's incredibly exciting for the future of progressive rabbinate. And I think tonight people are going to see a little bit why that's so exciting.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. It's quite a strange format where I sit and talk into an empty space, and I can't see if you're laughing or crying. I'll hope it will be more laughter than cries. When I was asked to lead a text session about collaboration between Jewish people, nobody mentioned that it had to be a rabbinic text. So I took some freedom, and I hope I will be excused. Growing up in Israel like I did gives you an access to the Bible that is not really easy to come by. You read it again and again, and needless to say in the original language, as it is a part of old school curriculum from year 2 to year 12. These 10 years, together with a yearly field trip following biblical stories in the Bible land, shrinks the time lapse between Moses and the Israeli child. It is truly a wonderful thing, as it creates an intimate link with Torah. But as with all other things we find ourselves a little too intimate with, we stop treating them as holy. Asked to think about ourselves as an extension of the Bible, Israelis often start thinking of the Bible as an extension of themselves. No Israeli cultural product represents this better than The Jews Are Coming, a satirical show broadcasted on the Israeli Broadcasting Authority. It is probably, as most of you know, the most sacrilege display of holiness. And so, in order to talk about the collaboration among Jews, what's better than one of their sketches, leading with the all-time favorites of the show, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, which for some reason is here called Tzipora. So I will share my screen with you and we will watch the sketch together. And if there's anything wrong technically, please let me know. I'll go full screen. I'm really sorry, but I think since you are all watching this without sound, it might be a good idea to go back to, I don't know what you've been saying. I'll go and try to do that again, this time with sound. So I apologize for this technical difficulty. I don't know what you've been saying. So if you'll give me a second, I will just roll it back and start my screen share again, this time hopefully with audio. There we go.
Tully, I think we're going to have to just watch the subtitles. I don't think we're going to hear the audio. So we can read the subtitles. So we got to. So can you take it back to the point
The
we saw up
beginning.
until the. Yeah, fine.
Okay, the beginning it is.
Oh, you need to share your screen, Tully. Oh,
I
there
am
we go.
sharing.
Perfect. We've got it now.
Okay, now that we've discovered what the Israelites are really like in the eyes of Moses, and it's not very flattering, I hope you managed to enjoy that somehow, even though the sound was not exactly working. Apart from the fact that I find this sketch, not surprisingly, very funny, I think that it actually is quite, as far as a piece of televised scripture goes, it's a very fine example of the problem of Jewish leadership and its challenges, mostly the need to actually collaborate with other people. And I think that here we have at least 4 types of leaders and the critique of their leadership style that appear in these 4 minutes. There is the God type, the Moses type, the Aaron type, and the Tzipi or Miriam type. You can decide what to call her. Or put differently, the authoritarian, the narcissistic, and the populist. So I would try to look at each one of them and actually do read some rabbinic texts because I have to. So I'll start with Moses and his little problem of actually not being God, a problem that we meet quite early in the Midrash, actually already in the Mechilta, which is, as I think most of you know, let's say early 3rd century text. It's a Tannaitic text produced in Eretz Israel. So I will show you the text now. I was hoping that there would be people who would volunteer to read the English because I don't think we have the time to read both English and Hebrew. So I'll just read the English. And Moses stretched his hand over the sea, and the sea resisted. Whereupon Moses commanded it to split in the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. But it continued to resist. He showed him the staff, but it continued to resist. An analogy. A king had 2 gardens, one within the other. He sold the inner, and the buyer came to take possession, but the watchman barred him. The buyer said, "In the name of the king," but he still resisted. He showed him the king, the signet, but he still resisted, until he conducted the king himself there, at which the watchman began to flee. At this the buyer said, "The whole day I told you in the name of the king, and you did not accept that. Why are you fleeing now?" Whereupon the watchman said, "I'm not fleeing you, but the king." Thus Moses stood at the sea and commanded it to split in the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, to no avail. He showed him the staff, to no avail, until the Holy One, blessed be he, revealed himself upon it in his full glory and strength, whereupon the sea fled, as it said in Psalm 114:3, the sea saw and fled. Moses said to it, "The whole day I said to you, in the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, and you resisted. Why do you flee now? What ails you, O sea, that you are fleeing?" At which the sea replied, "I am not fleeing you, son of Amram, but before the master quake or earth, before the God of Israel, who turns the rock into a pool of water, the flint into a spring of water." This short midrash that is made out of a mashal, as you could all see, I think really sums up the problem of Moses' leadership, because he's many ways just the frontman for God. And by that, he both gains quite a lot and also suffers quite a lot. So when he stretches his hand at the sea refuses because Moses, put simply, he's not God. But his style of leadership still has several privileges or several things going for it. Unlike the other 2 leaders that we saw in the video, he's very determined and he knows his way, and he's not distracted by nonsense. And he understands that the religious movement is actually letting go of the self and its petty needs. So he's not offended by the guardman who does not open the door to the garden. He understands that he is indeed only a messenger. In the episode of The Lost Wallet that we just watched, he sees what the rest of the people cannot really see. That it's all just little things, that nobody really needs this wallet. And there is a really, really beautiful Midrash again in Smachot de Rabbi Chia, which is one of the small masachtot that are added to the Talmud. This one is supposedly Tanaitic, but as often is the case with masachtot ktanot, we don't really know when they were created. So this one is from Smachot de Rabbi Chia, chapter 3, sign 5, according to the Palma manuscript, and my translation, so if it's terrible, it's my fault. Rabbi Shimon, the son of Elazar, further said, "What is the matter like? Like children who play with seeds. For the duration of the game, if one of them takes away a seed from his friend, he stands to hit him and tears his clothes. And when they finish the game, they throw the seeds. Thus the wicked, they snatch and rob from each other. And at the hour of their death, they leave everything they have to others, as it is said, and they left their power to others." So I think what Moses knows that the others don't in many ways is that the wallet, like the seeds, are completely unimportant. But ultimately, just like the children, he collects seeds too, those of power. And he's surprised that every time that a child wants to tear his clothes off his back, because he's holding all the seeds in his hand. He has a bit of a God complex, as we could see in the video, when everybody yells, "Moses, Moses, Moses," and not God, God, God. And as far as leaders go, he can be very inspirational and very dedicated, but he's not great at sympathizing with the people, which is something that we saw both in the Bible and in the text that we were just reading. If someone wants to ask any questions or comment, it's possible to do so.
Tally, I think people can put their comments either on Facebook or on YouTube, and we can pick them up here. Somebody asked whether you thought that the reason that Moses was unable to empathize was because he comes out of such a different position, that he doesn't have that scope for empathy.
I think he's consumed by God in many ways. He lives in a different reality than the others, and he communicates with a higher sphere. And I think in the history of Jewish leaderships, there were those leaders who were set aside from the community and were holy men in many different ways, but we're not great at seeing what people are suffering or what they're afraid of or what they're really missing. So
holy men, interestingly. Deliberate phrasing?
Yes. I will not go into that right now, but I do, yeah. I'm assuming you refer to holy men as opposed to holy women, although in my no, I think for me it's by way of comparison, basically with Christian leadership that the rabbis are thinking of. And we have the bishops, those who are really engaging with the people. And we have the holy men who sit on their caves or on their pillars. And, they're in dialogue with God and with no one else. So in that respect, my choice of holy men was really deliberate.
Thank you. So if you have any more questions at home, please send them through and we'll make sure that Tally gets to them. Thank you, Tally.
Okay, then we can move to Aaron. So Aaron, as you can see, is a different kind of guy. He wants, above all else, I believe, in this sketch, not in life, to be agreeable and to be loved. And he believes with pure faith, but not very much understanding. He wants to appease in the video both the guy that demands his wallet back and Tzipi, and even more so Moses, but only until the threat of losing the people's love becomes too immediate. He also serves as an interpreter, both of Moses and the reality to the people. He tries to find meaning in everything, but he has very little commitment, as we can see, to the truth. He believes that Moses can do anything, open the sea again, create chariots of gold, but he never for a second thinks he needs to be a real educator when times are challenging. He is, in this video, a creature with very little moral backbone. But at the same time, when the wallet appears, he's what rabbinic tradition knows him for. He is really the peacemaker. He acts in many ways, not as a priest, but as a rabbi, because he's interpreting the appearance of the wallet as divine. So he doesn't offer a solution to the moral problem presented by the people, but he definitely finds a way to dissolve the tension when everybody wants to kill Moses, and he's really not that interested in that. The whole theme of Aaron as someone who has his heart in the right place, but not much backbone, is of course supported both by the Midrash and by the Bible. And I'm of course referring to the golden calf, to the scene of the golden calf. If we look at the biblical text for a second, and it really will only be a second, so I will share my screen with you again. I hope it will be okay. So when we look at the Bible, at Exodus 32, the people gathered around Aaron and said to him, "Come, make gods for us, who shall go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron said to them, "Take off the gold rings that are on the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me." So all the people took off the gold rings from their ears and brought them to Aaron. He took the gold from them, formed it into a mold, and cast an image of a calf. And they said, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you out from the land of Egypt." I'm not very keen on this specific translation, which is the King James Bible, because it translates to the plural things that should have been, in my opinion, in the singular, like "this is your God, O Israel," not "these are your gods." But never mind at the moment. Vayikra Rabbah, the Midrash, gives us a more complicated or a more forgiving, in a way, reading of Aaron. And makes him a much more aware leader and much more sophisticated leader than he was portrayed in the sketch that we just saw. So we have this story. We will not read all of it because it is too long, but we'll read some of it. Rabbi Brachia said in the name of Rabbi Abba Bar Kahana, expounding on the verse about Aaron. At the time when the Israelites were about to commit the act, making the golden calf, they first came to Hul, and they said to him, "Make us a god." Since he did not listen to them, they rose up and slew him. This is why it's later written in the prophets, "Also in your wings we find the blood of the souls of the innocents and the poor." This refers to the blood of Hul. Afterwards they went to Aaron and said to him, "Make us a god." Aaron had heard about what they did to Hul and became afraid. It is therefore written, Aaron was frightened and built an altar before them. Aaron was frightened that he might be the one who was going to be slaughtered. Aaron said, "What should I do? They've already killed Hul, and he was a prophet. Now if they kill me, the priest, they will fulfill the words later written in scripture. Should a priest and a prophet be slain in the sanctuary of God? If they kill me, they will be exiled." Here is another interpretation. Aaron saw this and built an altar before it. What did he see? He saw the situation playing out like this. If they built it, one will bring a pebble, another a large stone, and they will finish the building of the idol in one day. If I build it, then I can delay and dally and give time for our teacher Moses to come down the mountain and then destroy this idol worship. And if I build it, I can dedicate it to the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. Therefore it is written, Aaron called and said, "This shall be a festival to God." It is not written a feast for the calf, but a feast to God. Another interpretation. And Aaron saw this. What did he see? He saw the situation playing out as follows. If they build in the sin, if they build it, the sin will be up on them. But if it will be better if I built it. So the sin should be upon me and not upon the people. We will not read the whole story because it is honestly way too long. But there are several things in the story about Aaron which are, for me, intriguing about his style of leadership, because we can see that the Midrash is much more forgiving than the Bible. It starts with him being afraid of being killed by the people, because they killed Hur, and because, as we saw in the sketch, being a leader of people in the desert who are desperate and hungry and not so grateful can be quite dangerous. And this is something that Moses is not even thinking about as a possibility, although it becomes very real very quickly. So Aaron understands that he does have to rely on the approval of the people. And in that way, he is a more sensitive leader. But at the same time, the Midrash gives him, how shall I put this, a very forgiving interpretation. So he says, I'll build it, so I'll be able to delay it, and it might actually never happen. It's better that I build it, so I'm certain that it will be an image of our God and not an image of some other gods. And when we think about the story of the golden calf in the Bible, it is quite clear that the people don't think that they are worshiping a different God. And we do know that there was a worship of calves in Israel, and that the calf itself was a representation of the God of Israel. It was not a representation of a different God, even though it is part of the Canaanite pantheon. So Aaron might not be thinking that he's actually doing something as horrible as other people think that he is.
Do you think, Tali, that the text, the Midrash, is excusing Aaron or is excusing the people?
I think that the Midrash excuses Aaron much more than the people. And the Bible, I have to say that I have a weak spot for the people in the Bible, in this terrible sin of the golden calf, mainly because they saw something marvelous the day before. If not actually the day, but in the very recent past, they had this ecstatic revelations with thunders and lightning and sounds, and I think they all felt something, and they all felt something amazing that was ecstatic, and then it all dissolves into nothing, and to just waiting for Moses to come down, and they want to go back to that. They want to feel this excitement. They want to feel this connection to God that they felt before. And when Aaron asks them to give away their possessions, those things, those earthly things that we saw them clinging to, like the guy with his wallet, they do it immediately. They don't hesitate. They take everything that they have off of their body, off of their wives' bodies, and these are people that don't have much. They've just crossed the sea. This is what they took with them, okay, in their Paddington Bear suitcase. This is what they have. And so there is something there that I think we really judge them, I believe, too harshly. And maybe even Aaron that understands that there is now a wish and a will, and he has to somehow capitalize on that or answer to that in order for this new religion or this new people as an entity to come
Although
alive.
you're very sympathetic to Aaron, because you used two words there, interestingly. One you used to capitalize and the other was sympathize. And actually they're very different takes on it. There's the take of capitalizing on that people's need, to which many of us can be sympathetic to, especially in hindsight. And there's a difference between being sympathetic to that and the first word that maybe instinctively you used, which was to capitalize on it, which is a very different Aaron and a very different type of leader.
It's true, but I think it boils down to the fact that his heart is always in the right place. He is trying to do the right thing. So yes, he's capitalizing on something which might sound a bit, cynical. But it's also something that I think a lot of us as people who work in congregations, sometimes feel that someone brings up something unexpectedly and we turn it our way and make something out of it. And that something could be valuable. Okay. But we still did something a bit, I don't know how to call it. So that was
creative. Possibly.
Yeah. So I think that he's a realist. He knows that people can kill him. He knows that he needs to cater for the people's needs, otherwise it will end badly. And that he really believes that he can appease both sides. And in many ways, he does that. The third type of leader is, I keep calling her Miriam, even though in the sketch she was called Tzipora or Tzipi, because in The Jews Are Coming, in this television show, it's the same actress that plays both Miriam and Tzipora, which is something maybe deserving another lecture, but not today. But as you can see, she's the populist leader. She's the democratic one. She wants a vote. Okay, all of those who want to go back to the seat to open again, raise their hand. All of those who want, God to just take us to the land of Canaan in an instant, raise your hand. She says what the people want to say, and she doesn't question the people or their motivations for a moment. And the power of the multitudes is really her power. I have to say that she's not completely, or her position is not completely seen unfavorably in tradition, as we all know from the kind of progressive Judaism classical text of the Oven of Achnai, which you all know too well, but I still feel a need to share it just for a second. It will be only one paragraph, I promise, and I will not talk about it a lot. I just want to show you, just a minute. I shared the wrong file with you. So now I'll try to share the correct file with you, which would be nicer for me. And in that story, we remember Rabbi Yoshua standing on his feet and saying, "It is not in heaven." What is it is not in heaven? Rabbi Yirmiyah said, since the Torah was already given at Mount Sinai, we do not regard a divine voice. And you already wrote on Mount Sinai in the Torah after the majority to incline. Rabbi Natan encountered Elijah and said to him, "What did the Holy One, blessed be he, do at that time?" He said to him, he smiled and said, "My children have defeated me. My children have defeated me." This very, very famous quote about the children defeating the father kind of deflects us from the original meaning of this verse in the Bible. There it says that we shouldn't be inclined after the majority, that that's a bad thing. Because as Jews, we have learned through our beaten backs and spilled blood that what the masses want is, and what is good, is not always the same thing. So there is a tension between democracy and populism, which we see in our life today, just as they did before. And some of the things that people may demand are wonderful, but some of the things that people may demand are completely ridiculous. And a leader is supposed to at least know which one is which. The last thing I want to come to in the 10 minutes that I have left is the relationship between God and his people. As Moses complains in the sketch, God does not tell us what the grand plan is. And maybe like in the sketch and in the oven story, the Holy One, blessed be he, finds it quite funny. He's leading in absentia. He's omnipresent, but never actually there in both his power and his weakness. And I'm sorry that I'm referring to God as he. This is the heavy influence of my Hebrew upbringing and the grammatical gender of God. I will try to correct that in the future. And I think the position is the position, if you remember in the sketch, they say, but we need to know how would God know what to do if he doesn't know what the people want? And it reminded me of something that Israeli Prime Minister, the first Israeli Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, once said in the Knesset, and I'm promising that I'm not making this up. He said, okay, the people want. I don't know what the people want. I know what the people need. And the people, after all, and this is coming back to Charlie's point, they learn. And also in a way they carry the heaviest burden because they have to carry all of those leaders and their different styles of leadership on their back, often simultaneously. So much like us, they're kind of focused on their wallet and their diary and their food. And in the face of the great miracles that they see at Sinai, they focus often more on what was lost and not on what was gained. But even the Israelites learn. So as I said before, when Aaron asks them for all of their gold, they don't hesitate even for a second. They give him everything at once, all of their sort of earthly possessions and the things that they're attached to but are not really important. They hand over the Egyptian way of life, if you will, for this continuous feeling of the ecstasy of revelation. And after they have been touched by the holy, they wish to reconnect to it. And to quote Rabbi Cook, the elder, not the younger, at the heart of every idolatry stands a passion towards God. And I think there's something to be said about that too. And the wallet is just that. And the analogy, I think, to our days is almost obvious. After 2 months in lockdown, I really don't know where my wallet is or where my car keys are. On normal days, I would scream for help, running around the house like a decapitated chicken in a rush to find them before I leave. But they're completely forgotten objects today. Because today, just like tomorrow, we are marching, as Moses says in the sketch, the promised land. And the way to the promised land seems to be growing ever longer.
Tali, I have a question though about that from our audience who are asking. Somebody from home has asked, "Is this about religion or is it purely politics? And if it's the latter, is there anything we can learn about today's leaders from this?"
I'm not sure I understand what is, but like religion and politics, they're intertwined. I don't think we can really separate the two. And I think that a lot of the language that was used around this crisis was ultimately a theological and a religious language. We're all waiting for salvation. We're looking for a miracle. We have this religious movement, which I think we also felt in our communities, because we have nowhere else to turn to. And I think we also saw, and I don't want to make these analogies, people can make them for themselves, different types of leaders around the world and in this country that have followed different forms of leadership that are true both in politics and in religion. And so going back to my very first point. Charlie?
No, I mean, one of the other questions that comes in associated with that is that, do you mean in your interpretations to come across as anti-democracy? Is actually the people's voice might always be there, but actually sometimes we have to not listen to that.
Oh, no, I definitely didn't mean to come across as anti-democratic. Yes, Lev, thank you for that. I can see. And I think he can ask that because he knows me well enough to know that that's probably not what I meant. But the thing is that democracy also has its limits, just like any other. I mean, democracy brought into the world some of the most horrifying tyrants. And people voted out of their free will, something which was completely terrible, not only for the Jewish people, but for themselves. So every leadership has, or every system, every political system has its problems. So, I mean, we remember that in the Bible, God is the great king, but when we want a king, when the Israelites demand a king, he's really not happy about it. Kingship is seen as something that is bad, that it is really an opening to tyranny. And democracy in rabbinic tradition is definitely something that becomes almost sanctified, and justly so, because it enables change in the history of Halakha and in the history of the Jewish people. And we understand that this is the way for things not to freeze. Because if the majority now thinks or believes one thing or sees things as unacceptable, then things move on. So I'm sorry if I came out anti-democratic. That was, I was hoping to criticize all of them equally.
Well, then what's interesting then is that arguably throughout, post these texts, we can see that Moses and arguably Aaron and Miriam all change. All their style of leadership is formed and in formation with the people, who also change actually, and eventually in some ways take on self-leadership. So does God change? Have we got a theological changing God in terms of leadership?
We actually have 4 texts in rabbinic literature in which people criticize God and do cause a change. And they're very special because religious tradition normally doesn't enjoy criticism of God and doesn't celebrate it. And even when God is criticized, it is not often that God actually responds or changes and not just laughs at us playing with our little stones before we die, or our little seeds, or whatever it is that we're playing with until we go into the next world and everything, all of this becomes something stupid and irrelevant again. So yes, I think there's an element of change for everyone, even for God.
Tali, what a place to end this incredible piece of study, really, with the idea that even in collaboration that God maybe can change. I want to thank you on behalf of Liberal Judaism and hope it's the first biennial, but certainly not the last piece of learning that you will do for us, with us, in collaboration with us. It's been a real pleasure, actually, a surprise that I was here with you, but such a delightful one I've learned, and I can't wait till we get to do it again. I hope you'll come and be maybe in one of our chats on the couch with later on in that series. So Tali, Erev Tov, thank you very much. I hope you'll be with us for much more of the biennial, and Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie, and everyone else, and Shabbat Shalom to all of you.
Shabbat Shalom. And for everybody else out there, our next session will be starting at 9:15. Despite it saying 8:15 down there, I think they mean 9:15. Our next session will be 9:15 on the ethics of collaboration, and will be chaired by Rabbi Igor from the LJS. And I hope that you will take a short break, stretch your legs, say Shabbat Shalom to Tali's kid. Mine are doing that in the same room, and we'll see you back here at 9:15. Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Shabbat.
Religious organizer. Along with Claude Montefiore and Israel Maddock, she formed the liberal Jewish movement in England. In this episode, liberal Jews remember Lily and the legacy she has created. For some, this is deeply personal. Lily was instrumental in bringing Jews from Germany to the safety in England to flee Nazi persecution in the late 1930s. Some of the voices here speak of owing their lives to her. Others remember Lily, along with her sister Marion, as the leader of the West Central Club. Lily's girls, as they were called, were working-class Jewish girls. They received lessons at the club and the opportunity to worship and socialize. Others remember Lily attending or leading religious services. Participants paid tribute to Lily's deep spirituality and her innovative decision to move Sabbath services to the afternoon. Lily died in 1963, so many project participants did not meet her. And yet, as these stories show, liberal Jews feel indebted to her and are inspired by her pioneering work as a social reformer, even though they never met her in person.
I knew she was a very famous human being. We always knew if Lily Montagu was in the congregation, because whatever prayers were said, it was guaranteed that a split second after everybody finished, Lily was still praying. Always the same. You said Amen, 1, 2, 3, and then Lily would say Amen.
So my mother stayed in close contact with Lily and her two companions, her sister Marion and her companion Miss Lewis. And she used to take me to services as a 7 or 8 year old. And I remember sitting with Miss Lewis having to be very formal and quiet during the service. We maintained contact, and then when I was about 11, my mother, who had been attending the Brixton Orthodox Synagogue, became rather tired of hearing, "Where's your husband? Why don't we ever see your husband?" My father was a hatch, match and dispatch Jew. He never went to synagogue. So my mother went to Lily and said, "What on earth can I do? I'm being so embarrassed by these people." And Lily said, "Go to Streatham Liberal Synagogue. They won't ask you about your husband. Become a liberal Jew." I kept in touch with Miss Lily, as we called her. Over the years, she would invite me to 1 or 2 of her garden parties where she had the children of the women she called her girls, one of whom was my mother. So I knew her fairly well. And when it came time for us to get married, we obviously got married in my future husband's synagogue, the Settlement. And Miss Lily volunteered to officiate at the wedding. So there we were, married by a rabbi and Sir Basil and the Right Honourable Lily. We were thoroughly married.
I know she was highly respected in our family. My father used to talk about, "Oh, well, Lily Montagu came round to our house." She very much wanted to make Judaism relevant to Jews in England. I mean, you know, like she said that they used to sing All Things Bright and Beautiful at the shul and things like that.
Well, she was a large lady to start with. Without wishing to be unpleasant, very much a spinster. I never ever thought of her in terms of any romantic connection. She may well have had them, but if she did, it was news to us. And she and her sister, Marion, who were very close, and they were always together, were formidable. They were big people. And we were little people. And they'd achieved so much, and especially in terms of the clubs that they'd run, or she in particular had run. Later, we met the product of people who'd been in her girls' clubs and boys' clubs.
You come to shul in the afternoon. For me, it was better because I had to get there because it's not around the corner, like I could walk there. I'd get to the tube and go. And so I joined that one. I thought it'd be a nice afternoon and get home. It's okay, still light. After service, it's not that long. And I enjoyed it because I got to know people, and a lot of our members from the old shul joined.
The Shabbat morning services are in the afternoon. They're at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think it's 3 or 2. And that is because Lily Montague, probably 100 years ago, or maybe a bit less, decided that it was really important that the young Jewish women who worked in the factories and the shops and the offices, I think, and had to work on Saturday morning or they wouldn't have a job, that it was really important for them to be able to have somewhere to have a weekly Shabbat service.
At that time, in the 20s, the West End had a fairly big Jewish population which supported quite a number of synagogues. But of course, most were Orthodox or United. And the services were, for obvious reasons, held on Saturday mornings. Now, they weren't all that well attended, certainly by the women. The women had to work. And the West End at that time was the centre of a very prosperous clothing industry. And they worked 5.5-day week. Saturday afternoon and Sunday, you were left to yourself. But the services were on Saturday morning. And certainly Jewish girls that had been in Lily's club couldn't attend. So Lily decided she would do the Shacharit service on Saturday afternoon. And of course, built the West Central congregation around that situation. And here we are still holding our services at West Central on a Saturday afternoon.
And I love that, that even as early as 100 years ago, that kind of flexible and what I would call advanced thinking was already in operation. So I like that story. I just like that they did it and that here we are.
And it's wonderful. It means that people don't have to get up early in the morning to get, depending on the synagogue, some liberal synagogues services start at 10 o'clock, but the majority are at 11 o'clock. Who's awake at 11 o'clock?
Lily Montague, I never knew her, but I did serve for a time in the community that she started. That started out life as the West Central Club for Jewish Working Girls. And what I loved about her approach to Judaism, she herself did not understand herself to be a liberal Jew necessarily. She had grown up in the Orthodox world. And what was difficult for her is that amongst the girls at the Jewish Working Girls Club, there were so many of them where the official community, the Orthodox community, said, you work on Shabbat, so you can't be a good Jew. So we don't have anything to do with you. And instead of judging them for wanting to help their families and to bring in some income and needing to work on Saturday mornings if they were going to get a job and working in shops or in the rag trade, Lily Montague said, how can I give the gift of Shabbat back to these girls? So she set up the club so that they could come and have a Saturday morning service, even if it was at 3 in the afternoon. And I thought, yep, that's where I always want to start with where people are. And if I can do that, then I will have fulfilled something of Lily's legacy.
Her recognition that you've got all these Jews that are not going to fit in to mainstream Orthodox Judaism simply because of the working reality of not being able to work on Shabbat and all the rest of it. She recognized, that something must be done to make people just become more included. And the reality would have been that if it wasn't for a liberal Judaism idea, so many Jews would have been lost, either become indifferent to their heritage or become Christian.
I met my husband at a wedding, and the wedding was conducted by Lily Montague. Instead of a male conducting it, it was a woman. I know that sounds a bit futile, but I've always been a feminist, so it didn't seem to me to be unreasonable. Because I'd been so sort of alienated from Orthodox Judaism that I never went to synagogue. So, I wasn't really aware of how at that time so few women were involved. It just seemed okay. And the reason she conducted it was not only that her family were members. Her mother had been one of Miss Lily's girls at the West Central. So it was very appropriate that she conducted the wedding. And that's actually, I suppose it must have been the first time I'd seen a woman conduct a marriage ceremony. Now it's quite absolutely normal. The founders of the Belsize Synagogue, and it was called the New Liberal Congregation then, were indebted to Lily Montague. They were all German refugees. They came from German Reform Judaism. And the founders, I can't remember the exact year, but it's probably something like 1938. They could have stayed independent, or they could have joined the British Reform movement. And they chose to join the liberal movement because they were so indebted to Lily Montague. Now, Lily must have done an enormous amount for them to say, we'll join your movement.
When my cousins came to England, they also set about getting visas for the rest of the family. And one of those visas I got to come to England. Now, how was I going to get there? Nobody else had a visa. And my father advertised me in the Jewish Chronicle. And he got several replies. But he finally accepted an offer from a Jewish family in London, a doctor's family. This family was a part of the Liberal Jewish Synagogue. And the Liberal Jewish Synagogue at that time had a chairman, Lily Montague. She was the chairman. She realized what was happening on the continent. She called a meeting and she said, we must help. And several families came forward. And in fact, the Liberal Jewish Synagogue made it possible for 3 children to come to England. I came from Vienna. Another one came from, I think, Germany. And I'm not quite sure where the third one came from. But anyway, the date finally came. And I was on one of the very first Kinder transports leaving from Vienna. I would just say she saved my life.
My parents arrived in January 1939, and my mother was 8 months pregnant, and it was a very difficult time to leave, as you can imagine. In fact, I can't imagine it at all. But Lily was personally very, very supportive and incredibly helpful, arranged for my mother's confinement, had people, or indeed herself.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the last session for this night, the first night of the exciting biennial. And this session is called The Ethical Ambiguities of Collaborating Online. And I would like to pass on to Leo Mindel, because he will be our host today, and he will lead the discussion about it.
Good evening. Thank you, Igor. We're waiting for one more, Simon, but I think he's going to appear. But that's fine. We'll be fine. We're fine. It's a really interesting subject. What do we do online? Some of us, as we can see by Gabriel, I think have spent their life online. Or he's never spent his life out of where he is at the moment. Where are you actually, Gabriel?
Well, I saw this billed as a fireside chat in some of the publicity, so I thought I ought to oblige.
You're a bit quiet, Gabriel, but go on. Yep. Your fireside chat, yeah?
Having a fireside chat, I didn't want you to see the splendour in which rabbinic students get to live.
Yeah.
But it's also really interesting. Now we're all living our lives online.
Yeah. You're right. Can you give, for those that don't know who you are, and what you do on the interwebs, can you just give a quick background?
So I'm student Rabbi Gabriel Cantor-Weber. I have looked after a number of liberal Judaism communities during my time as a rabbinic student, and long before that, and no doubt long after that, I've been very active on Facebook and Twitter, doing everything from building connections to blogging to commenting on politics, occasionally appearing in Private Eye. There's a lot going on in the world.
And moving on quickly, and I'll come back to myself, but Rebecca.
Hi, Leo. Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Sugarman Knight, and I'm representing Kingston Liberal Synagogue tonight. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Cool. I'm their press and publicity officer, which I do in a voluntary capacity. So I run their Twitter and their Facebook and their Instagram accounts. I wasn't allowed to set up a TikTok account, but I'll work on that a little bit more. In my professional life, I have been for the last 7 years, a private piano teacher. Prior to that, I spent about 15 years working as a finance director for a global multinational. And then I realized that was a ridiculous way to be earning a living. So I gave it all up in a fit of a midlife crisis to set up a private piano studio. And I've never looked back. I now live with 2 cats and I have a beautiful garden and spend my time between the piano and social media.
Between the piano and social media. I'm sure that's a line from somewhere. I'm sure that is.
It's from me. I just said it.
Moving on to Igor.
Hi, my name is Igor Zinkov. I serve the Liberal Jewish Synagogue as a rabbi. And it just happened that when I was a student in my final year of Leobeck College, I wrote my MA thesis, or my rabbinic dissertation, on the topic of ethics, Jewish ethics of communication applied on social media, and I took some of the ethical difficulties of which rabbis of Talmud had in their lifetime, and tried to apply them in the new reality of the social media. And so perhaps I will try to bring their voices today to our conversation.
So is that you're able to do the Talmud in 160 characters?
Talmud in 160 characters. Well, actually, my experiment, which I've been doing for quite a while now, is to write a sermon in 160 characters, which I think quite a few congregants would really appreciate.
Yeah, I think that falls in the as long as it starts well, ends well, and there's not a lot between it. Is yes. That's it. That's exactly the type of sermon we all like. So coming around to myself, my name's Leo. Before all of this strange world changed about, I run a digital sports agency that helps governing bodies and federations online. During this period, I've been assisting a number of synagogues and also LJ in bringing things together. And this last 3 weeks has been just this and all the panic and stress that goes with this. So that's what I've been doing. So obviously, taking somebody like Gabriel, who has had no run-ins with anybody online, Gabriel, what do you see as the positives and the negatives of contributing online?
I think the positives are by far the most important, and it's just a way to connect with people and reach people that we would otherwise not be doing that, and also to be seen doing things that it's important for us, particularly as progressive Jews, to be seen doing. I think so many online interactions are not actually about direct person-to-person communication, but about the audience who see those interactions and who are able to think, this is what our Jewish institutions are doing, this is what our Jewish institutions are saying, this is where the conversation is in the Jewish community. And those lead to the personal interactions. I am constantly going to new communities and meeting people who say, oh, are you the Gabriel of the internet? And several times out of 10, that is a positive. And that's someone who's encountered progressive Judaism in an online format and was maybe inspired to go to their local synagogue to try it out, whatever it would be. There are definitely also negatives as well. There's a lot of horrible people online, and I think maybe it's easier to be horrible or to allow yourself to be led into being horrible in a slightly more anonymous format where you can't see people's faces. I also wonder actually how that will change after this current crisis, when we're getting so much more used to communicating online, but when you can see the faces and when you do know the people. And I think that the nature of connection building is changing very rapidly. Messages are getting longer. We're beginning to do long video things rather than just 160 characters. Igor, I think the window for your 160 character sermon being in vogue might have passed, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing that we can go at more length. And maybe later on, as well as we progress into the fireside chat, I have a story about one of the negatives of social media turning into a very personal positive.
So, Rebecca, I know that, you literally did a Reggie Perinaud, is that right, if I remember rightly? Threw everything away and walked into the sea, but this time you walked into social media. Have you seen positives and negatives of collaborating online? We'll start with the negatives or the positives. Where would you see that?
So I guess I have two hats, because I run the KLS social media accounts, and I would say that's entirely positive, actually. I mean, when I took it over, it didn't have very many followers, and I've sort of made it more active. And we share things more regularly now. And very much I keep the KLS synagogue Twitter and Facebook and Instagram accounts entirely positive and uncontroversial. So my kind of mantra is things that make us think, smile or giggle. And we do not go anywhere near anything sort of controversial or political or anything like that. And I think that's something that's certainly endorsed by the council and the community, because I just don't think it's the place for KLS as a community to get too involved with the more controversial side of Twitter. Now, I do have a personal Twitter account. I don't have a following as such as Gabriel, anywhere near, but just through being a kind of Jewish person with opinions on Twitter, it's very difficult not to get kind of sucked into some of the more negative side of things. And I have seen the very dark side of Twitter when it comes to anti-Semitism and abuse and stuff like that, purely on my personal account. But I've shut down my mentions, I block a lot of people. I don't get too involved because frankly, life's too short. And I think in very few cases you can actually, Gabriel might disagree with this, but I think in few cases you can change people's minds on social media. I think people tend to go there with entrenched opinions, and they just want to kind of express those opinions and shout down people who don't agree with them. And I've got myself dragged into that before, but I try to stick clear of it as much as I can. But that's very much my personal hat. As I said, I think with my KLS hat on, Twitter has not, I say Twitter just because that's where we're most active, but social media has only been positive. We've gained more members, we've gained more followers, we've gained lots of kind of informal contacts right across the spectrum, from medieval manuscripts to individuals who are searching for a Jewish background, just all sorts of things that I share sunrises every morning from a guy who lives up in Northumberland and posts a beautiful photo of a sunrise every morning, and it's just lovely.
You must be seeing those anyway in Kingston now with the smog on, no aeroplanes.
It's quite pretty around here, I have to say. But he's got the sea. We don't have the sea in Kingston.
We don't have the sea.
We don't have.
Igor, LJS, a very long-established synagogue. How has social media come into the world of LJS?
The LJS is, I mean, you are right that the LJS is has a long history of relationship with liberal Judaism and the liberal Jews around the world. And I was very surprised and, in fact, delighted to know that so many of our members now live abroad and live both or nationally. The geographical spread of the community is extremely wide. And this is why the social media and what is happening now with all the services being live streamed and accessible online for everybody, it allows people who don't live near the synagogue to take an equal part in our services. And this is something which has been fascinating to see. I mean, we have people from Finland, from Germany, from States, from across the UK joining our services because that's their synagogue and they miss it. And the same happens with, by the way, people with special needs who wouldn't normally come to a synagogue because it's difficult, and also the difficulty of being central London synagogue is about using public transport in general and long commute and giving an opportunity for people to feel online presence. I don't think it's as good as being inside the building, and I don't think anyone thinks that. But it is certainly better than nothing. I don't think it will be questioned by anyone. But it has lots of positive sides, and I would like to think that positive sides overweight negative sides, which also exist.
I think you're absolutely right there, and I think the word you're looking, particularly with LJS, as you were saying, it is tradition. That's the one that comes out. But I think you said about the size of is moving the synagogue or moving the services online, and it has been very interesting to watch how fast some synagogues have moved. I know that we're sitting here in a liberal environment, and so we have the opportunity to. It was very interesting. I don't know, as you may have seen, the conservative movement in America announced that their synagogues as of this weekend, I assume it is as if this Shabbat, can start streaming. So do any of you see us going back?
Yes. In what way?
Well, some of the boundaries that we've broken down, will we be sitting there going, well, we're not going to put services on, or we're not going to do that, or we're going to adapt to it? Are we, even when all of this is passed in a number of years' time, do you see us retracting away from where where we've gone to?
Do you mean, are we going to continue to live stream our services even when we're back in shul?
Yeah,
and
not just that, but
live stream activities and
live stream activities. Look at opportunities. Is this the way that you're collaborating? And arguably, I mean, a question, and maybe this one's to Rebecca particularly. Do you see membership of Kingston Liberal opening its doors to anybody from here to, Australia?
Yeah. We've actually got a few members, a few people who regularly visit us from Australia on our live stream services now. And, we're chatting to them in the comments, and, just like they were with us, but, they're names that we now recognise. And we've certainly decided as a council that we are going to continue live streaming services even when we're back in the shul, because we do have a wider reach, partly people who are geographically far away, but also members who for whatever mobility reasons, cannot always get to the shul on a Friday or a Saturday. And alongside, the streaming that we have set up over the last 2 months, we've got a tech team that's helping a lot of our members get online, the people who are not quite so confident about using technology. We've got lots of people now using technology who weren't before, because we've helped them to do so. And so clearly, they then have the option, if they're not feeling well enough to travel to shul on a Saturday morning, they can go online as well. And we are definitely thinking about, our thoughts are quite embryonic, but we are thinking about some kind of sort of virtual membership of the synagogue, where people who might be in Australia and clearly not going to be able to come to us have some kind of membership where they can also access our services and our classes and our social events. So that's definitely something we'd be considering. But I think we'll be live streaming, for now.
And Gabriel, I know that you being based where you are up in York and with Manchester as well, and the areas there, you already were reaching out into people, but do you find that there's no barrier as well?
So I've happened to have had 3 different sorts of experience of live streaming. So the last real life service I was at in a synagogue was actually in Northwood and Pinner, which was the week before lockdown came in. And that was being live streamed in the way that Northwood and Pinner has live streamed its services for a very long time. That was my first time being live streamed, but for me, it just felt like a normal service. I did my normal stuff. There happened to be a camera recording it. And then the next service I took was one for Kingston at KLS, which was on Facebook Live. And that was a very strange experience because I couldn't see any of the congregants. It was literally just me talking to a screen, and I was being broadcast to people, and they couldn't see each other. They could just see me on their screen, poor devils. And then finally, I came to begin doing Zoom services, and that's a third different experience where you see everyone plastered all over the screen. And that's by far my favourite of the online options, where there's that interactivity and everyone's on an equal footing.
Okay.
And I do worry that when we go back into our synagogues physically there, those who are joining in virtually, it will be a very different experience because there will be that 2-tier and they won't be on an equal footing to the people who are physically present. There'll be a different, there's 2 types of ticket going on. And I think making that work and making that transition, keeping the good of what we've got, will be difficult.
So for my own perspective, and this is one that I have a number of views on, I always remember going back it was quite a while ago, I was talking to a friend of mine who was in hospital at the time. He's Christian and he couldn't follow his church on a Sunday. And he sat there in the hospital and I was like, all of these people, the one thing they actually want is the connection with their religious institution. And you don't get it. And it was, to me, that was like the bit where I went, well, you can, and why shouldn't we? Coming to the point that you've just mentioned there, Gabriel, and as you know, I'm involved in the stuff at MPLS. We're actually sitting there going, well, how are we going to bring that back in? Will we, we're looking at where we will put in screens so that the rabbis, at the moment, the rabbis can see the Zoom. We're looking at maybe we're putting screens so that even when services come back in a transitional or a permanent thing, that we will be able to bring things in. And as you mentioned, you came to preach, which is really nice, and I happened to listen. I do listen to most, so it wasn't just a priority, but I did actually listen to that. But it was exactly the ability to bring in somebody like yourself with a different view and opinion into the room, which sometimes that barrier of distancing caused the issues. I mean, Igor, you're, as you said, I've watched what you're doing there at LJS, and it's just really interesting how you're expanding and changing things, and it's like each week is another step on an evolution.
Yes.
How do you find that?
I find that this challenge of having to deal with online services is difficult, but it also creates room for creativity, which means that, I have 2 phrases, 2 Jewish phrases from our texts. The one is a quite well-known phrase from Rabbi Hillel: do not separate yourself from the community. And wherever your community is, you have to be there. as a rabbi, as a synagogue, as a Jewish community. And I think now all the people are online, and we need to be there for them and to serve our community. And even before the lockdown, there were more people using internet on a daily basis than people reading prayers on a daily basis. And I don't think we should have any doubts about that. And the second approach is that, in a way, our tradition, it is not new for our tradition to deal with very complicated crises in Judaism. The Judaism we know now came out from the destruction of the temple. And the temple Judaism ceased and stopped being relevant because the reality changed. And in a way, it allowed those people who were in opposition to the temple Judaism, which some people call Pharisees, to establish their view. And in a way, we are now experiencing another leap in history. Yeah. And this leap is about adjusting to the new reality. And I don't think, answering your question, I don't think we are going to go back in a way that we did before. I think that we are going to go back to our building, but the reality will be different, and we need to adjust to the new reality, and perhaps to be ready for what I call hybrid or mixed participation.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yes.
And I think one thing I really need to say to both you and Gabriel is every rabbi I've spoken to has said it's probably the hardest thing that they've had to do is to be, or not, in general, they've gone on to do a service that they could have done easily, and they're confronted with something that I don't think the Leo Becker's actually put on the program yet to teach you how to do it. But I haven't seen anything but absolutely excellent deliveries from liberal rabbis in this environment. It was very interesting to listen to this week's Unorthodox podcast, which I listened to, and some of others may do, and they're talking about the conservative side, and they were saying, we not very happy about this, that we're doing the streaming, and then they said, but we've been watching kids playing, and then the Shema comes on, they stop, say the Shema, and they say, if that is one improvement, the one connection, and I'll take that to Rebecca, sitting where you're sitting, and you talked about the distancing. Have you also found that there is closer communication with a lot of the people that you deal with generally? Have you found your community is growing through this?
Definitely. Yeah, undoubtedly. It's both growing and strengthening. We during the services, everyone's kind of chatting online. It's just like a real shul, everyone's talking and not necessarily listening to the rabbi. Sorry, Renee. But everyone's having a lovely chat online during the services. And we've got our own Facebook group, and everyone's posting photos of their gardens and their walks and their dogs and their cats, mainly their cats, and that's mainly me. There's just this real sense of, I personally, I live alone. Well, I live with two cats, but I live alone, and it's been 8-9 weeks of lockdown, and I feel closer to my community now, I think, probably, than I have over the last couple of years. I've only been a member for a couple of years, just because we're in touch, like, daily, virtually, but daily, either on Facebook or on WhatsApp, or just, and it really has brought us closer together. And we've grown members. We've got 3 new members in the last month. And that has been as a direct result of people joining us for our online services and really liking what they're seeing, and have now actually joined the community. Now, possibly they would have joined anyway. I don't know, because they, possibly they were interested in joining us anyway. But, we are definitely growing. But I do definitely think there's a much, much stronger feeling community.
Apart from having the joys of having to see Gabriel's ironing board, which we have seen on a number of things.
Yeah, that was a particular highlight. Yeah.
Yes, and other various views of Gabriel's house, which normally when the charade is moved. What are the other things that you've seen outside? You've talked about how your synagogue has grown, and then you've talked about the things that are happening around it, the community aspect. See, I find this quite interesting because I think that there is a lot happening in the religious element of it, but it's also that the community element is
totally
growing. And some things have worked, and I've seen some things that have not worked. Unfortunately, we've all sat there and watched some shivers that it's very hard work, and it's difficult to deliver, and difficult to deliver certain things like funerals, and I really appreciate those that have had to go out and do that. It's very hard. Gabriel, what have you seen that's piqued you that's not just the religious side online?
So I think a huge part of what I've seen going on has actually been almost community organising and communities working together to get things happening that would need to happen. And a huge amount of that has been happening over social media, from trying to get people's old... Sorry, there's a terrible motorbike outside. Trying to get people's old laptops and bits of technology together to lend to older members of the community who might not have things. There have been countless Facebook posts of, I've got 5 extra boxes of matzah, does anyone want any? There's been so much going on that's been people building connections in a way that they might not have thought of doing previously, even though the need was there. Maybe it was a bit less, but it was there as well. And I think that's been really powerful to see. And just overall, it's been amazing for me to watch attendance shoot up at things. Like, the services and the events that I've been at since lockdown began have been by far the best attended things that I've done. And I think that's partly because people have got less to do, but it's also partly because the ease is there, and because it's something that they get a feeling of human connection from. Seeing the Tesco delivery guy once a fortnight doesn't do it in quite the same way as tuning into a service, even if you're not religious, even if you don't believe in God, whatever it might be. Just that sense of seeing people that you recognise, the same people week after week, I think is important for people.
So Igor, coming back to your dissertation, if I got that right,
yes,
on if you were rewriting it now, is it difficult to say how has the world changed that in your experience and what you knew when you wrote that to where we are now?
Well, it's a really good question. I just wanted to share one anecdote. And during the Seder Pesach, when it came to the end, to the song Chad Gadya, when it is about one goat, then came a cat, then came a dog, and so on and so on. And when we started to to sing the cat part, people, instead of Zoom, we had it on Zoom, and Zoom doesn't allow you to sing together. No. But people went and grabbed their cats and showed it, and that was the absolute highlight of my Pesach. I loved it, and it really triggered the rabbinic team thinking that actually we couldn't have done it in our building to invite all our members with their pets because so many people have allergies, and
especially not cats.
Well, yes.
But you're seeing.
So what we did a special pet Kiddush, and the creativity is, and so we invited all the pets to our services. And in a way, what I can see and what I started, one of the ideas of my dissertation was that, in a way, having Judaism on social media allows people to bring Judaism to people's homes, rather than having Judaism. Having synagogue as a place for Judaism, and my home is something separate, has nothing to do with my tradition.
You've absolutely nailed something I was thinking there.
Totally.
And
totally nailed it.
And perhaps the thinking started, it's just an MA dissertation, it's not a PhD. So I think that it can easily now grow to a PhD, and I would be happy to develop it, but probably not now, I think.
I think if I think from myself, 6 months ago, nobody knew what the inside of my house looks like. Well, you probably still don't, because all you're seeing is the inside of one room. We didn't invite people in, and we ended up with 3 separate lives. We had our home life, our work life, and our Jewish life, depending on where you were. And now all of a sudden, those 3 I personally think that there is only one day of the week now. It's Thursday. I think everything is a Thursday. I can't work out anything, but it's a Thursday. But as you say, you're bringing these things together. But I'm fascinated. I want to just ask on the not necessarily on the technical, but particularly to Rebecca. You talked earlier about that you pushed out on Twitter a lot at KLS. Was there, and how have you found? Is there been a particular reason why you chose that, or you just and how have you found other areas?
Do you mean other areas of social media?
Other areas of social media, and yes, your cats can go on TikTok if you can get them to dance to the right song.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I might have to go and do that right now. Twitter, as I said earlier, I was on Twitter personally anyway. So I kind of knew a lot about, I'd spent probably too much time in the Twitter world. So when I joined KLS, I just thought that they could be doing more on Twitter. And I just sort of offered up my services, and that was accepted, gratefully. And I just spent, a lot of time just tweeting. Just a lot of it was silly stuff, a lot of it was sharing interesting stuff, like I say, stuff that kind of makes us think, giggle, or smile, giggle, or think. I can never remember which order I put it in.
There's another word normally in there, but we won't use that, even though it is after 9 o'clock.
After the watershed.
Yeah, I've gone beer down.
Oh, good. Yeah, absolutely. I was wondering if we were that. Yeah,
I've seen as you go off camera, we saw Rebecca
exactly. I was waiting for that. So Twitter, and the thing is with Twitter, I think it's just in terms of volume. You can just really push stuff out there in terms of volume. But Facebook and Instagram, I also use to a lesser extent as well. But Twitter, I think, has been the thing where we've really kind of grown the follower numbers, and it's just much more kind of direct and immediate. I think you can have conversations and you can attract people, and
So talking about Twitter, and you can't really have a conversation in this room about Twitter without turning to Gabriel.
No, this is very true. Gabriel
has been involved in and has both been involved and watched a number of the storms that happened in the last couple of years in the Jewish environment. Do you think they have been a benefit to the Jewish community, or do you think the lights that have been shone on us have been a good thing or a bad thing?
So I'm really reminded of a story about a dispute between Hillel and Shammai about whether humankind should have been created. And one of them said, no, we shouldn't have been created. And one said we should. And in the end, they decided, well, it would be better if we hadn't been created, but now we have. Let's make the best of it. And I think that's very much how I feel about some of the more ferocious side of Twitter as well, which is maybe the world would be a better place if people didn't have a space to unleash parts of themselves they might not be so proud of. But that exists, and it's not a space that we as Jews and as Jewish leaders can just opt out of. And in particular, I'm thinking about public visibility and almost more about people who aren't Jewish looking in. So there are a lot of Jewish spaces online. I'm thinking particularly of the social media pages of the Jewish newspapers, where the content you see there is sometimes quite horrendous, particularly Islamophobia and various sexism, like various forms of really quite nasty hatred. And I think it's important for the people looking at those pages to see inappropriate content being challenged by Jewish leaders. Otherwise, they'll think we just sit on our hands and we're fine with it and we acquiesce. And so this is maybe one of the examples of what I mean, it being more about the audience than about the one-to-one communication. I don't think I'm going to change the mind of anyone who hates Muslims. I do think I'm going to create, hopefully, as part of everyone else who's decent out there, a safer place online for people who are going to feel intimidated by that sort of content and who want to feel that the Jewish community is standing up.
While we're having this conversation, and obviously we're in a room of just the four of us, it's just the four of us. We are having a number of questions that come in from outside, and Izzy has been throwing questions, which I'm going to ask her to put one of the questions up that she thinks is the relevant ones, as things are coming through. And I think it's, as we think about that, and she's got some of them coming. Igor, KLS, Twitter, Gabriel, as we know where Gabriel's gone, from the situation where we were with MPLS, we went very heavy Facebook, and have gone also a lot with YouTube. Just tell us where you are in the journey on the social media paths at LJS.
At the LJS.
At the LJS,
because they're two separate things.
Yeah, I know, sorry.
My personal account and the LJS. So one of the conclusions of my thesis is that I realized that it's not my phrase, but medium is a message. So the way how you approach things, the process is no less important than the content. And what is important, I think, on social media is that you need to ensure a representation of the community in the team which manages social media. Because if you start, in a way, everybody is biased. Because I can't think. I'm sure that I have lots of things which I don't think about, and I'm biased about, consciously or unconsciously. And therefore, having a team which manages the social media platforms of your synagogue, I think is crucial. And this team should be as diverse as possible. And there are lots of examples when I would say limited number of people, I would say like elite of a synagogue or of any organization, it's not only about synagogue, it's taking control over social media, and they think that they represent the community or an organization, but there are always people who feel alienated. So to have a clear and transparent process of decision making, to have a clear process of complaints if something happens, and of dealing with these complaints is crucial for large organizations.
I think you're right. I think there's two things that come out of what you've just said there, Igor. First of all, in my view, is you're going to make mistakes. Social media is, by the nature of the fact that you're communicating with people, if you write a line in social media, success can be driven either by people who hate it, people who like it. So I absolutely agree. That's a very good and valid point there. And the second thing is that you've said is about using different people to be able to bring in different voices and different expectations. I always feel with myself, I've been involved in various different things at synagogues. I used to run the youth club. I think it's a pride of as a badge of honor that most of the people I know that ran the youth club at one point or another, we all got sacked, and that includes quite a few rabbis. But the reason is that you get sacked because your views and your opinions and your drive of this. I used to have a boss that said to me once, he said, when you come into a job, don't make too many changes because you won't understand the environment. Then you should make a load of changes because eventually you will be the problem. And I actually think with social media, it's an example of something that is always moving. So we're in the wave at the moment and we may know various different things. But as Rebecca started talking about, if we were sitting and having this conversation in 5 years' time, it will all be about TikTok. It probably won't even be about TikTok anymore.
That's something else.
It'll be something else that has changed. And it's been fascinating in my experience of how fast they've moved. I think that leads us on to one of the questions that's been put up. And how do we solve this problem? And I'm going to ask Gabriel on this one first.
This is one of the most difficult things that we've encountered, and particularly because it happened so suddenly. I think if we'd been given 3 months' notice of lockdown, we would have been able to solve it so much more creatively. I think the best option that people have come up with is about collecting the old technology that we all have cluttering up our households in various ways and trying to distribute it. And part of that is also about sharing best practice. So I wanted to give an elderly congregant in a community I work with instructions on how to set up Zoom. And I knew that I didn't have to sit and write them from scratch because I knew someone else would have done it. And there are Facebook groups for liberal Jewish people running things during this time, clergy running things during this time. And that sharing was a way to get around it. But ultimately, there are still going to be people who are excluded. And certainly, I would hope that liberal Judaism and other organisations that have some level of social care role would begin thinking much more broadly about how we're going to deal with this. If, for example, people were going to be shielded for another year, I think we might be wanting to ask the government to look at provision of technology for those who are going to be really cut off by it otherwise. I think that's a really broad issue for society as a whole, and people who are part of a Jewish community that will take steps to look after them are very fortunate to have that network, but I don't think it's just a Jewish issue at all.
So, I mean, there's a very interesting one on that. Tomorrow we've got somebody on from Mosaic, and Mosaic have come up with a solution where they are providing to certain congregation members a Android style device along with a 4G modem so that they can follow the service from home. They're going to give it completely fully packed and ready and shipped out, and I think they're covering the costs, etc., for certain members. And I'm looking here that Owen from Manchester is saying that they're offering basic online training sessions, which is exactly what we need. Are you, Rebecca, how does that then translate? Because there's the question then comes about how your membership will transaction, how will things change for you in terms of your membership, and how you're, that's a really interesting point of this.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you sort of take a step back and think about, the sort of members that we have been attracting over the last, I guess, 5 years or so have been, I guess, more likely to be more tech savvy, just because of the demographic that they've come from. But, as Gabriel was saying, it was almost the first thought we had when we realized that lockdown was coming, and when we realized that we were going to have to go online. I think collectively our first thought was, what about our members who can't get online or who are not comfortable getting online? And that really was where the effort was taken early on, and we wrote Facebook guides and Zoom guides. And even now, we've got some members who don't have their own computer, but they will dial in to another member, literally just phone them up and then listen to the live stream service from, over the phone. It's not ideal, but they're still connected. And those members who are on the phone have said, oh, Joyce is with us tonight, and everyone, oh, hi, Joyce, everyone's talking to Joyce online, and that's being passed back. And Joyce actually then joined one of our Zoom Shabbat services to talk about her experiences on VE Day, so she was able to dial into the Zoom call, even though she doesn't have internet access or anything like that. And of course, that was absolutely wonderful because we all heard her speaking. So it was absolutely our priority at the beginning. But just in terms of maintaining that, then yes, absolutely, and obviously when lockdown is alleviated to some extent, we will actually be able to go and visit people's houses, as long as we're safe and take all the right precautions, and actually sit next to them and help them get online, which will be much better than trying to explain it over the phone. So we'll be able to take that to a new level.
So I'm going to ask Igor, have you seen a risk that we're actually pushing people away because of our approach to this?
Well, some people certainly feel alienated because of the technology, and the stress from the lockdown is just exaggerated by the stress of dealing with technology. Especially in this case, this is a generational issue. So those who are not or less used to live their lives online, they are at a slightly higher risk of being more stressed now because of the technology. But one of the articles I read in the beginning of the lockdown was the title was something like, if you do your services online or your classes online, please do a bad job, because you have to, if you do if you create too nice environment online, some people will actually prefer it. So maybe there is and I don't think anyone thinks that online fully replaces the in-person experience. However, I think that when it comes to a choice between better quality and accessibility, its accessibility should win. One example of it is that I had a choice, not me personally, but the LGS team had a choice whether to run our services on platforms like we're using now, which is especially tailor-made for live streaming, or to run it on Zoom. And Zoom is less aesthetically pleasing, and it doesn't look as professional as this one. So we made a choice to use Zoom because there's a number of people who use who dial in to our service and use their landline phone to listen to our services and to our sermons and talks and all educational programs. This is why, for example, platforms like Zoom, I believe that should be prioritized, or at least people who don't have internet or a computer should be given an opportunity, or if we can. However, I just wanted to pick up on the issue. Those people who have difficulty or online are sometimes, not often, I'm not saying that statistically, it's sometimes those people who wouldn't come to services. So in a way now, they are given an opportunity to be present in the service in the same way as the rest of the community. So in a way, this is very liberating, and this is an opportunity for those people to be part of the service rather than to
So asking that to Gabriel, I mean, my view and opinion of how things are in some of this is that we used to prioritise. I mean, if you go really far back, you prioritise synagogues based upon the fact that your grandparents bought the seats at the front row, and that was, and you bought those, and they were passed down, and that's how close you could get depending on where you are. We are now prioritising people that aren't in the room, and if anything, we've completely reversed the fact that those people who we were in a way ignoring because they couldn't make it to the service, we're now bringing the service to them and everybody else. Gabriel, you're out in the far reaches where your cobbles are still up there, aren't they? If I remember rightly. How is this environment going to, is it helping you there because you can reach out to people that you weren't reaching before, and will it continue?
So in some ways it's definitely helpful, and the ability for me to lead a service in Glasgow, which I did recently from the comfort of Golders Green, is a real positive, both in terms of the energy that I have in order to do it, not completely travel worn, and also in terms of balancing private life as well. I can have dinner with my wife, notwithstanding that I'm in Glasgow. But I think there are also problems as well. I think there's a risk possibly of disincentivizing attendance as well. I would be really sad, for example, if bar and bat mitzvah students felt like this was a permanent solution to be Zooming in rather than to be coming to physical services when we resume. And I also miss Torah scrolls. And so there are some things that just are not replicable in an online sense. On the other hand, as you say, it's letting us reach communities in places that we wouldn't otherwise be able to reach. It's meaning that people get to hear a wider variety of voices. It means that when a rabbi on the other side of the country is ill, their community can just ring round any other rabbi or rabbinic student and get them to fill in at a moment's notice because there's no geographical issues. There's this real mix of pros and cons. It's a really interesting situation we find.
I would agree. I have regularly in the mornings tuned in to listen to Mo over in Bristol. She does her morning services, and it's just great. It's just a completely different thing that it's not something that I've grown up with. It's not something that I had experienced in a great deal. And that you're seeing these things and taking these ideas and concepts. And I think because there's probably, for me, very little barrier to actually turning up and trying it. And it gives us the ability to see it. And it's wonderful. And it's great. So we've seen the positives. We've seen these areas. And I do feel we're shifting. I don't know if your own view is. We seem to, with the current situation, we're more moving towards what are the positives we're getting out of this rather than just sitting here being on the negative sides of this. Igor, can't avoid the problem. High Holy Days are not far away. This must be playing on your mind as to how to deliver what is, for some people, their main connection with their synagogue.
Yes. In a way, even if we will be in a situation then when we will be allowed to open our synagogues, it doesn't mean that some people will come, because as we know, if you can, it doesn't mean you should. And I'm sure that some people won't feel comfortable going into a building with lots of other people in. And therefore, I think it's important for all synagogues and all religious institutions now to think about the future and to allow people and to make sure that people who would prefer to attend online would have this opportunity. And in a way, I think that if we would create a not good enough live streaming for those who would prefer to attend online, we would be pushing people. We would be putting people in the position of choosing to go to the synagogue because services are not online services are not good enough. And that's why I think that we should be prepared to create as good as possible, to be prepared as good as possible to the mixed participation. Some people would be watching online, some people would be in the synagogue. And this is, I think, that we should be prepared for. Although, who knows? Things change so fast now. Maybe there will be a second wave by then, and we won't be able to do at all services. So I think that now, and liberal rabbis already started to think about it, and there are a number of working groups working on technology, collaboration, on liturgy, because liturgy also should change. When we read some prayers, when we say, we gathered here in this synagogue, are we in a synagogue? We are in an online spiritual space, which is certainly reflected some of the synagogue's features, but it's not a fully synagogue. And that's, I think that liturgy should also slightly change as well. We are living in a very interesting time.
So, Rebecca, taking that same point to Kingston, you know, High Holy Days. I don't know what's the normal situation for Holy Days? Do you do it at your synagogue or is it separate? Is it at your?
It's at our building. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And it's usually, obviously, the most sort of well-attended services of the year, as you'd imagine, and very, very organised, very, very well managed. Planning starts about now, if not slightly earlier. With all of the kind of, the aliyahs and the read-ins and, everything's in place. And obviously we're very much, we've been talking about it at our council already in terms of, I think our working assumption is that, yes, people will be able to go to the synagogue. We're hoping that things will have opened up, but obviously there will be some people who can't because they're still going to have to be sheltering or self-isolating, or they just don't want to take the risk. So we're very much thinking of some kind of hybrid, where there are going to be some people in the shul, but a lot of the stuff is going to be online. And, to the point that Igor was making, we have to make it as valuable an experience and as important, an experience for those people who can't be there in person. They can't feel like second-class citizens, that they're just watching from the back, but excluded because they're not there. Now, there's a huge amount of work we've got to do, obviously, in order to do that. I would just say, I would take the slightly more optimistic view than Igor. Igor's talking about a second wave. We might still be in lockdown. My view would be, actually, it might have all disappeared by then and we can be back to complete normal by September.
I don't know. I'm not
We're not
sure
assuming that. We're not assuming that that's going to be the case. We're assuming it's going to be a hybrid model. But,
I like
says we don't know.
I like being able to get up, put on my slippers, and not have to get on the tube every morning.
That will actually be a fulfillment of Yom Kippur tradition, not wear shoes.
That's it.
Maybe this will be a nice thing.
It will be. It'll be fascinating to see how because as you say, this is a major, absolutely, of course, it's a major component of the Jewish yearly cycle, and it will be something that's got to be completely different.
I think it's going to distill everything we've been talking about tonight in terms of how do you make it inclusive, accessible, not make some people feel excluded, not make some people feel like second-class citizens. And it's going to be distilled into one day, and it's going to be a huge issue for all of us, I think, in terms of how we manage that.
And I can tell you from a technical perspective, putting on a service that lasts an hour and a half is a lot of work. Putting on a technical broadcast that's going to last for Yom Kippur the whole day is really going to be pushing everybody to areas that they've just not gone to before. For you, Gabriel, is Yom Kippur, this could be your biggest attendance that for you to preach in front of?
Yes, well, I mean, I think it's very likely to be in part. So the Manchester and York Liberal communities have already agreed that Manchester will join York, whether virtually or in person, whatever the individuals involved will feel comfortable with, because it's going to be hybrid. We thought, why not get people engaged in some form or another? And I think it's really important that people are able to have that experience of seeing familiar faces, whatever it might be. Even though it will be an expanded group, they'll still be able to recognize the groups within that they're familiar with. I'm also just very conscious that, like Igor said, with the Pharisees breaking new ground, we are breaking new Jewish ground with this situation. There was a social media meme going around earlier this week which said that if coronavirus had happened during the time of the ancient Israelites, we'd all have a festival these days where we had to stay indoors for a month every year. And I think there is something in that. This is going to be the Pesach, the Shavuot, the High Holy Days that we're going to tell the grandchildren about, having been there at the time. And it's not necessarily something to thrill over, because it's obviously horrendous and sad in its own ways as well. But we're breaking new ground and we're experimenting, and it's going to be a very different Jewish world on the other side. And it's not just the four of us, but the four of us, among others, who are creating it.
I think that's a very good point to come to. I think we've covered many things. We've, I think, for what's quite surprising, for Jews in a room have agreed with each other. So
no, we haven't.
Yeah, there's very few times that normally happens. It's particularly with Gabriel.
We've done something wrong then. Clearly,
we've done something wrong. So we broke the plan.
Sorry, guys.
Do you know a nice joke which says that two people are arguing with each other and came to a rabbi to sort their argument. And rabbi listens to the one and says, "Oh yeah, you're right." Then listens to the other one and says, "Yes, you are right." And the third person who overheard the conversation says, "But they can't both be right." "Oh, you are right." So I think in a way, all of us are right, and even those who think that we don't really make sense.
So before we finish up, just a quick go round. If you looked at this, if we're looking back at this in 5 years' time, do you think, from your view, do you think we're going to see this as a positive or a negative? I'll start with Rebecca.
Gosh. Are we talking about the impact it's had on our communities?
Yeah.
Positive, undoubtedly. I mean, if we're talking about coronavirus more generally across the world, then my answer would be very different, but we haven't right now. So for our communities, I think positive, definitely.
Igor?
I say two things. One is people plan, God loves. And the second one is...
I've actually got that on my coaster just there. Just there you go.
Man plans, God laughs.
Yes, and the second one, yes, I made it a bit more egalitarian.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Man.
You did. You're right. I should slap myself and tell off the...
Well, no, I bought the one with man on it, so...
Okay.
And the second one is the teaching which one of my rabbis used to say, is that as a rabbi, I am commanded to hope. So I do have a hope for a better future always.
Gabriel?
I think I'm
I
going to
can't believe I'm giving Gabriel the last word. He's never had the last word in any discussion.
Try as I might. I think I'm going to dodge the question in an unhelpful way. Are we going to see it as a positive or a negative? No. I think we're just going to see it as one of those stages in the history of the community. There have been challenges thrown at Jewish people in every generation, every year, certainly every 10 years or so, something major happens. We've reacted to it. We'll look a bit different on the other side. There'll be good things about that. There'll be bad things about that. This is what it is to be alive. Strange things happen, and we happen to be in a twist and turn stage at the moment.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that...
That's a good last word. Stop there.
So
Go on, Leo, get the last word in.
No. I'm passing the last words to the comments that have been fed to myself that we've been told. Tom will be sending you an email in the morning, particularly covering as many billion Zoom links as he can. The program starts at 9 a.m. with a communal prayer and a collaborative experience for liberal Jews. Question mark. That's an interesting place to put a question mark. So that will be that is the first session tomorrow morning. I'm going to pass back to somebody who I think I'm looking forward to something that I've seen a sneak of tomorrow. But I'm going to pass you back to a rabbi that I know has put a lot of work in to the online programming area to finish us off for this evening.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody who watched to stayed until 10:15, and engaged with something Jewish. And thank you so much for everybody. And thank you to my colleagues, to Rebecca, Leo, Gabriel, for such an interesting and important conversation. And I think that we should, Gabriel mentioned the discussions and disagreements between Hillel and Shammai, and at some point they had a disagreement, and the rabbis came to a conclusion that the disagreement should be for the sake of heaven, so machloket l'shem shamayim. And we can disagree with each other. We can make mistakes, but these mistakes and these disagreements should be for the sake of heaven, and should be for a higher cause rather than just for pleasing our ego. And I think that this is something which I felt was certainly part of this conversation, and for this collaboratory, for this LJ Biennial in general. And thank you so much.